I suppose it is. Wednesday, I suppose it is. I am attempting to set something up really quick. So forgive me if I don't see you when you first come in the room, but I am glad that you are joining. So I want to go um, here, and then I want to select here and stop it. Create. Um, Tap the rainbow or circle icon. There we go. That's what I need. Love that. Give me a second, folks. Appreciate you guys. I am figuring out how to do TikTok shit. So, give me a smidge of grace. I would appreciate it. Is it doing it? It is not. There it goes. Now it's doing it. Let's see if that works. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Witch. What's up, Palestinian? What's up, Win Dixie and Farah? Hello, guys, over here on Substack, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Good morning, Gumps. Good to see you. Glad you're here. What's up, Candy Kiss, Catsmandu, Grammy? As you guys can see, I finally figured out how to make the board work. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Go me. Yeah, I was like, why isn't it giving me the option to select a photo? And then I figured out it's the little rainbow circle that I needed to pick. So that is there. So that QR code. I know. Thanks, Farah. Yay. Thank you all. Turns out you can teach old dogs new tricks. That's a playback on something that happened the other day. So good morning, everybody. I am going to try to be as diligent as I can today. It's a pretty packed day. And so I'm going to kind of squeeze as much in as I possibly can. Appreciate you, Candy Kiss. I love that little caterpillar butterfly thing. You good, Sissy?
Yes, I just need to talk here.
Okay, girl. Yesterday was interesting. Dominic has orientation. School starts soon. All the kinds of things that are happening, and we have a lot to talk about. I'm going to briefly touch on like news things, even though there are going to be news things that I don't actually want to go in depth about. I'm just going to touch on them for a minute because some of them are Circle 3. And I think it's important to be aware of the items. Appreciate you for that. This isn't the Phoenix, LaRonica. It looked like it from above. This isn't the Phoenix, but I hear you. I do love the Phoenix shirt, though. Matter of fact, it's in my dryer. I had to wash it because I took it with me on my trip. What was I saying? Okay, so I think it's important to be aware of the things that are happening in our third circle, the things that we can't control, the things that we can't influence, but that are definitely happening. And so, for example, Fauci's testimony is one of them. Just a couple of other things, right? But I think it's really important to kind of stay focused on some of the conversations that I believe will be really meaningful to us over in the next 97 days. So these are the topics that I have on the board. As you know, we kind of go where the wind takes us. Thanks, Shasta. Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Tech Lady. And so listen, here's the deal. Voting third party or not voting at all hurts the country. God has no place in politics or government, and progressive policies are better for the working class. Those are the three. I appreciate it, Auntie Tinker. Those are the three main things that I want to make sure that we discuss pretty robustly. Before I do that, I want to remind you that if you have not seen the Roger Stone documentary that is unavailable for streaming in the United States of America, and you want to see it, and you've missed all the other times that I have had a watch party, it is happening tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You have until the end of my live today to get registered for that, because after that, I will be getting everybody's information together and sending out an email for you to be able to join at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure that you go to my link tree, which is in my bio, and you click that link, and it is the second group of links. So Project for the People is first. Roger Stone documentary is after that. Good morning, Sharon. and then go from there. Okay. So if you've missed it every other time that I've shown it, this is your opportunity. It is 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern Standard Time. Okay. One second. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the hashtags to push the live out to the For You page. If you did not notice, folks, we are up to League B5, which is amazing. We have recuperated almost from from before I left to go on my trip. So we're climbing back up in the ranks. Things that you can do that help build the ranks. It is liking, sharing, reposting, adding to your story, gifting, of course. TikTok loves it when you do that. And I'm trying to think of what else. Liking, sharing, gifting, reposting, clipping, highlights. Those are all things that you can do that help. And so, if we're on track to have a decent day with likes, it is hitting, about 150,000 likes an hour is about it. Yeah. So I tell you what, let me go ahead, Ruff, and I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat over here. So to join, I'm putting this here to join the panel. This is the link. Okay. So if you are watching me anywhere other than TikTok and you want to join the panel, and you have an opinion, like Ruff over here. Ruff said voting third party saves the country. God has every place, anywhere, especially in politics. If you have that type of opinion and you would like to discuss it with me, both from an idea of the Constitution and the government and what law says about that, as well as in like how we just want to show up as good people and members of society one to another, then by all means, click that request button and come on up here and we will have a chat. Okay, so Ruff, that's your invitation. The link is in the chat. Feel free to join me. I'm going to pop on over here to the Book of Faces and put it in there as well. Thank you, Sandy. I made sure to get that done. I had it done yesterday. I just couldn't get it. I couldn't figure it out yesterday, and I was too frustrated to keep it going. So give me 1 second, people. We will do this. That is yesterday. Where am I today? Oh, there I am. Okay. To join the panel. That's the link. All right. So guys, the link is in all of the comment sections. So there we go. Well, Mike, if you can't listen to a word, let me help you. All you have to do is take your finger, put it on the screen, and just swoop right on out of here. There are a ton of lives happening all across TikTok that you could listen to. So if you can't listen to this one, if it doesn't align with you, then that's okay. That's the beautiful thing about social media. You can just swoop right on out of here and go check out something else. That's it. Yeah, it's really not hard. Okay. All right. So if you are new to me, let me share a couple of things. Okay. Hey, what's up, Tim? I only ask for 4 things in this space. I ask that you be respectful. I ask that you don't use slurs of any kind. Don't spam my comments and say the same thing over and over again. And 4, don't type in all caps. I have individuals in my community that are vision impaired, and all caps are reserved for those folks and my moderators. So if you can do those 4 things, which is pretty much just like be a decent person and act like somebody raised you with some manners, then we can have really robust, respectful, intense discussions, even if we don't agree. Okay, so it shouldn't be that difficult for people to get on board with. All right, so have I missed anything in terms of like just across the board getting everybody on track for this before we start to talk about things? I will share this with you. The fact that some of the Gulf states are now kind of joining in with the United States of America in our attacks on Iran is a little bit. It should be concerning for people. And the reason it should be concerning for people is, what we don't want is an all-out widespread war in the Middle East. It just would not be great for us as we head into back to school season, as we head into the holidays, your Black Fridays, your Christmas, your all of those types of things. Not that it would be good at all anyway, but I'm just saying that that might be a really good cause for concern. for folks, just so that we are aware of the impact that those things are going to have. And that's before we talk about what the Houthis are doing in Yemen. Yes, ma'am. You can have a granola bar or a banana or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Well, after she gets off work. Okay. All right. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Here's what I'm going to do really quickly is, well, let's just, I'm going to not judge a book by its cover, and let's just see what happens with this conversation. Okay. Okay.
I want my favorite chips.
Not for breakfast. I can get you something else to eat though. Okay.
I want orange chicken.
Okay. Well, we can do that for lunch or dinner. Yeah. Okay. So, what was I saying? All right. So, folks, well, I was bringing Jose up to the panel. Sorry for that delay, Jose. I was getting to you. Let me say this, folks. When I bring you up to this panel, if and when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. That was the only thing I was trying to say until I was interrupted. For those of you who do not know, those are my grandbabies. That's the youngest one. And what's up, Rebel? Good morning. And so, listen, Farrah, she went from first, she said her favorite chips, and her favorite chips are barbecue. And so then when I said, nope, we could do a granola bar, we can do a Nutri-Grain bar, we can do a banana. Then it was, I want orange chicken. Okay, girl, well, still. I'm just saying. Yeah, and she's particular too. Like literally, it's not just any barbecue chips. It is the barbecue chips. It's Lay's, and it's the ones in the black bag. Yeah, it's for real. Yeah, it's for real around these her parts. So, um, yeah, we don't even want to get into all of those things. Okay, so let's open things up. So let's have a. She does know what she wants. That's never a problem. Okay, so things that I do want to talk about today. No worries, Alice. They definitely do. No worries. It's okay. No worries. So a couple of things that I want to talk about. So Pezeshkian urges Iranians to quote unquote stand firm against the enemy. The Iraqi Security Council. Listen to how I just want you to hear these. These are just the headlines from Al Jazeera this morning in the last hour. Okay. Pezeshkian urges Iranians to quote unquote stand firm against the enemy. Iraqi Security Council condemns the U.S. Saudi attack, urges de-escalation. That's a problem. Now you have Iraq kind of weighing in. Latest flare up paves the way for further confrontation down the road. And then the White House, of course, has ramped up heated rhetoric following those strikes. Iran has hit the U.S. in Jordan. And so the question becomes, is the war spreading? And what are the consequences of that if that's a thing? What's up, Duke? I appreciate you. So here's my thing. All of these are Circle 3, but they all impact us, right? I don't know if you all know, but Iran and Oman are swapping proposals to manage the Strait of Hormuz. There's just a lot that is happening right now on the international front, on the global front, that impacts us in our day-to-day lives. And I'm not sure. I would like to believe, see if you guys follow me on this. I would like to believe that most Americans understand the gravity of the time that we're in and the things that are happening. I also know that there are a group of folks that exist that want to hide behind that American bravado. We're the greatest, we're the best, we're the biggest, we're the brightest. We can do no wrong. Everything's going to work in our favor, and da 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 da. That are seemingly detached from the reality of the situation. And so those are some of the folks that I would love to talk with, that I would love to chat with, if you're willing to join the panel and have the conversation. Yeah, Brandy, the illusion. That's a perfect word for it. It's the illusion. Good morning, Helen. I feel like it's been a while, friend. And so the illusion to me is dangerous. What's up, Petal? It's one of the reasons why. Okay, follow me. I just feel like with 97 days to go, it is imperative that we stay focused and that we talk about the things that I got you, Cam, that are going to impact us and that are impacting us both domestically and on a foreign policy front, with domestically being kind of like that larger segment of the issues and the things that we need to talk about. Things that I'm concerned about. What's up, Michael? The things that I'm really concerned about is the level of rhetoric that I am hearing from people about. Oh, love that. I got you, Helen. This idea that people are okay with religion and politics. That's very bothersome to me. When there are reports and there are now court documents about this government using flock cameras to track women across state lines who are seeking reproductive health care, and those court documents saying that they were investigating the quote unquote loss of life and potential charges. That's a problem. How many of you guys know about this and are concerned or even are aware of it? Yes, that is Texas, 100%. Tracked her from Texas to Illinois. Now, okay. So, court documents have been analyzed by Electronic Frontier Foundation, revealed that a Texas sheriff's office used Flock Safety's automated license plate reader network to search over, listen to this, 83,000 cameras nationwide, including states where AB is legal, like Illinois, to track a woman involved in a self-managed AB investigation. So I'm going to give you just a few pieces of it, okay? And you can find these. And what's crazy is, can we just, okay, but wait, do you want me to really blow you guys away? This was in 2025. This was in 2025. This did not just happen. This was in 2025. Okay, so let me go back and share with you. So I'm going to share some information. Okay, so I am reading from the House of Representatives Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, a document dated August the 6th, 2025. And it was written from, God, I know exactly where this is. So this is addressed to Garrett Langley, the CEO of Flock Group in Atlanta, Georgia, off Howell Mill Road. And it says, "Dear Mr. Langley, we write regarding reports that federal and local law enforcement officials are using license plate reader technology operated by Flock Group Incorporated to wrongly track and to potentially harm people in concerning violation of Americans' privacy, freedom, and civil liberties. Recently, local authorities in Texas reportedly used Flock's automated license plate reader technology to conduct a nationwide search for a woman they claimed had a self-administered abortion in Texas. As part of this search, Texas law enforcement appears to have reviewed footage from more than 83,000 automatic license plate reader cameras, including cameras in Washington and Illinois, where abortion is lawfully protected as a basic right. Tracking a woman across state lines for this purpose and allowing authorities in anti-abortion states to violate the freedom and privacy of people in states that protect abortion access is a gross misuse and abuse of surveillance technology and could result in the prosecution of women who travel to seek necessary reproductive care. ICE agents have also reportedly used flock data to track immigrants improperly accessing license plate data in states and localities with laws or ordinances in place that prohibit the use of their resources to assist with the arrest of law-abiding undocumented residents. Given the vast amount of data collected by flock cameras and the enormous potential for abuse, it is critical that flock, law enforcement entities, and state and local governments are transparent and accountable for how this sensitive data is accessed and by whom. Flock operates thousands of cameras across the country, which capture detailed data about license plates and vehicles. These cameras are marketed as a tool to solve crimes such as speeding or kidnappings. Automatic license plate reader technology can help law enforcement respond to Amber Alerts, collect tolls, or identify stolen vehicles. Despite these lawful and even beneficial uses of automatic license plate reader technology, there are mounting concerns that it could serve as a mass surveillance system that can track Americans' quote unquote every move. When attempting to locate an individual using flock data, officials are required to provide a reason for their request. It is not clear whether law enforcement is required to provide a warrant or a court order. It is not clear whether law enforcement is required on May the 9th, 2025. Did y'all hear the year that I said? On May 9th, 2025, an officer from Johnson County Sheriff's Office in Texas provided, quote, had an abortion, search for female, end quote, as his reason for using Flock's, quote unquote, national lookup, their national lookup feature to search automatic license plate reader data captured across multiple states. This search reportedly covered 6,809 Flock networks or more than 83,000 cameras. Let me just stop for a second. You guys listen to me. Please do not go back and forth with folks in the chat. If someone is in the chat that wants to have an actual conversation about this, then they'll come up to the panel and talk to me about it. If they just want to say inflammatory things to try to get your attention, all you need to do is ignore them because they are simply trying to distract you from actually listening to the information. So please just don't do that, okay? Yes, Bunker Bomb, you're correct. And I told everybody that. I am reading from a document from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform from the United States Congress. That's the document that I'm reading. It is dated August the 6th of 2025. Correct. That's the document that I'm reading. Yes, they're in every state. Okay, so let me keep going. Good morning, Irvette. Yeah, I think the thing that follow me, you all. If I were, and I'm not, I always say this, if it were me, but it's not, right? If it were me and I were a progressive member of Congress and I knew about this document a year ago, and I knew about this particular case and this instance a year ago, I would have been talking about this for the last year. I would have talked about this mass use of surveillance to track a woman across the country, right? This is a thing that most people are not going to be okay with, right? So cigarette lighter, here's what I'm going to do for you. You're invited to the chat. You're invited to come up to the panel. And if you don't come up to the panel, you'll eventually be muted because you're not here to have an actual conversation. You're just here to distract. So if you are here in good faith and you would like to have a discussion, I sent you a direct invitation to join the panel. There's also a big box. Love that. So
But I
good.
can't, yeah.
Hold on one cigarette. Good morning. So is this your first time in my live?
I don't know. I don't keep track of that stuff.
Gotcha. Okay. So for TikTok purposes, can you share how old you are, please?
I don't think anyone keeps track of that, by the way.
So for
But
TikTok
I'm
purposes, how old are you?
25.
25. Okay, great. All right. So so what is the conversation that what you wanted to share regarding the use of flock cameras to track American citizens across the country for
I just think it's
legal
going to make
activity?
it so that the rich want to invest in America.
Okay. So do you have an issue with
So the way it's gonna
hold on.
work is it's-
Hold on. So the reason why I ask you if it's your first time in here is because one of the things that I do is I just ask to have respectful conversation, which means not talking over me when I'm talking and I'm asking a question. That's why I asked that question at the very beginning, because I wasn't sure if you knew how I do this space. Okay. So the question that I have for you is, do you have any concerns about illegal mass surveillance of U.S. citizens using flock camera technology or any other technology that is being rolled out across the states? That's the question. Go ahead.
At first, I was against it. I was thinking, this is going to be awful. This is going to be terrible. But now, I mean, it's just kind of it's technology, so you can't really stop it, anyways. Plus, it's just going to happen regardless of what any deflog person thinks. Is what I think.
Well, okay, and I hear you, except that there are actually towns and places that have laws that prohibit the use of flock. There are some communities that are literally passing laws that remove flock.
But the nature of flock,
did you just interrupted me again? You just cigarette. You just interrupted me again.
Well, I have a point to make.
Yeah, I don't care. But you have to wait your turn. You wait your turn, and then you can make your point.
Because I think you're okay. Go for it.
Right. Because this is what's very, very important. In order to have a productive conversation, right, then we have to do so respectfully, which means when I'm in the middle of a sentence, you don't talk over me, because that's just rude. And I'm not being rude to you. Okay. So the point that I am making is that there are states and there are towns across the country that have put forth legislation and laws and policies that prohibit how flock cameras are utilized, and even flock cameras being in their towns and cities. And so when you say that we can't do those things, I would argue that you are wrong, because there are actually states that are doing it because citizens are lobbying them.
So my point that I was going to make is that the nature of flock is that it's just going to eliminate the people that think they can prohibit it.
Okay. So what I will say is that, for example, Denver, Colorado has removed 110 flock cameras. Fort Collins voted to terminate its contract and remove its 15 cameras. So it is happening. And flock doesn't determine what happens. So I hear your point. I would say is that the actual events that have transpired in certain places would indicate that your view isn't accurate to the actual, reality.
No, I'm pretty sure that's the actual reality, because basically those people are going to travel outside of those deflock states, and then they're going to get flocked. And basically, let's say they visit their relatives in another state, they're instantly in the flock system, so the flock system knows, unless they're some sort of spy mastermind and can avoid it, which they aren't.
Yeah. So
those people are just going to get eliminated from society by the flock states.
Okay, so I don't think that you're quite kind of getting what I'm saying. Okay, so you said,
you're wrong,
and you can't stop interrupting, right? Okay, so since you don't have a genuine desire to have a real conversation, I'm going to bid you a good day. And mods, could you please take care of Cigarette? Thanks, Cigarette. Have a great day. Can you all just handle him, please? Appreciate it. I'm not doing it today. I'm not doing it today. Morning, Mom. Yeah. So let me just say this, okay? The people that I find that want to try to attempt to defend what has happened or act as if this is what's going to be and there's nothing you can do, those people tend to be typically one particular group of people, men, and specifically white men. Those are the people that I hear defending flock technology and utilizing this technology to track women or brown people across the country, regardless if they're legal, regardless if they are citizens, regardless if they are whatever. It is typically white men. Hey, Nance. Just saying, right? Yeah, Gums, they do that a lot on this app. Okay, so folks, when I bring you up, please do me a favor and put yourself on mute. I'm going to finish reading this document just so that you all hear it. And so I'm going to start at the top of page 2. For everybody that is just joining, I am reading a document from a year ago, August of 2025, from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in the U.S. Congress to the CEO of Flock Group, right, who makes the Flock cameras, regarding an incident. So this is from literally almost a year ago, August 6th, 2025. Okay. Are you all talking to damn trolls again? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Stop it. Y'all, they just throw out the randomest shit and y'all are like, no. Stop it. Yes, this happened. So this is my thing, is it hasn't been widely enough reported, but this occurred in 2025. Are you ready to eat something? Okay. I'm going to get something. Okay. Okay. If you guys want, hey, up until then, listen, you can have banana, you can have Nutri-Grain bar, you can have granola bar, or you can let me get something. Okay. All right. So, so let me go ahead and I'm just going to do this real quick. So, Woza, this is your opportunity to join the panel. You guys, I need you guys to hold off on the chips, please. So, Flock cameras, Nance, FLOCK, they are, Nina, please go over there. I don't want you on camera, please. Okay, sissy, baby. Give me 1 second. I got you. Okay, great. I think that it's great that you know that this is not for you. And so I just went ahead and muted you. Since this space is too immature for you, that works perfectly for me. And I've just gone ahead and muted you. So yeah, that way you know. Okay. So give me 1 second, folks. I need to handle the girls real quick, because holy geez, they've just decided all of a sudden they've been fine all morning. But of course, now that I'm live, they need everything. So if you could give me a moment, I will take care of them critters and then we will be all good to go. Okie doke. Okay. So here's the thing about Flock cameras, Nance. I can talk while I'm doing this real quick. So the thing about Flock cameras is that they are, they're kind of, you don't even notice them. They're these tiny little cameras that are up on traffic poles or, by different lights or whatever. Okay. And they read, not only do they read your license plate, They read your license plate, the make and the model of your car. They read any bumper stickers that you may have. If there are any distinctive features about your vehicle, it does all of that. Okay, and it registers that. So, dog, do me a favor and don't type in all caps, please. It's reserved for my folks that are vision impaired or my moderators. Okay, so please don't do that. And what's important to know about flock cameras, because there can be great benefits to them, okay, but they can also be misused. And so the problem that we have is that they are being misused on a pretty decently large scale, to the detriment of people, and that's a problem. At least I would hope that it's a problem, right? So it is a problem that, for example, okay, so also don't spam the comments, which means don't say the same thing over and over and over again. I am very grateful that your niece was somehow saved from a rapist using flock technology. That absolutely has nothing to do with the misuse of flock technology for regular citizens. Well, you can say that it's worth the cost. That's for you. I would say for the people whose rights are being violated, it's not for them. Right? And so we can understand that what might be good for one person is not good for other people that happen to be the folks. So no, Flock does not call the cops. Okay, so let me do this really quickly, folks. Okay, and almost done. I think I am anyway. 2 seconds, guys. I'm looking for what I need. So weird. I'm irritated by what it's not allowing me to do. Okay. All right. So here we go. All right. So listen, folks, I'm going to say this to you all, and please hear me out. Please don't engage with people that are rage baiting in the comments. Please don't engage with people that are rage baiting. It literally just detracts from the live, and it gives them exactly what they want. They want the attention. They want to be the distraction. They want to do those things. They are rage baiting. That's it. They don't have any real intent. They don't have any desire to get factual information. Thank you, Carla. They just don't. So don't feed it. It's just not good. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there. Okay. So hopefully I'm done. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. So now we're good to go. All right. So let me finish reading what happened. So this document, and then I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel. So just listen closely. So this document is from a year ago. And I'm at the top of page 2 in case you're reading along with me. You are welcome, Eli, 100%. And so here's what it says. When attempting to locate an individual using flock data, officials are required to provide a reason for their request. Okay. It is not clear whether law enforcement is required to provide a warrant or a court order. On May 9th, 2025, an officer from the Johnson County Sheriff's Office in Texas provided, quote, had an abortion, search for female, end quote, as his reason for using Flock's national lookup feature to search automatic license plate reader data captured across multiple states. This one search covered 6,809 flock networks, or more than 83,000 cameras. One of the precincts accessed by the Johnson County Sheriff's Office through Flock's National Lookup feature was the Mount Prospect Police Department in Illinois. According to the Mount Prospect Police Department, it was not made aware prior to opting into the National Lookup program that doing so would allow other law enforcement agencies who utilize the program to search for Mount Prospect data without a data sharing agreement. The Mount Prospect Police Department asserted that using Illinois data to track a woman who had accessed abortion care amounted to, quote unquote, misuse of its data, and has since opted out of the National Lookup program and revoked out-of-state law enforcement access to the department's license plate reader data. Illinois Secretary of State Alexi Giannalius, maybe, has reportedly characterized this search through Illinois data as illegal. Illinois is one of the dozens of states that protects the right to access abortion care. States that have chosen to protect access to vital healthcare services should not be forced to aid other states in prosecuting people who access such care. Notably, individuals cannot choose whether their license plate data is collected and scanned by Flock. This data is captured as individual members of the public go about their daily lives, traveling on public streets, and reportedly then becomes accessible to local officials from unrelated jurisdictions across the country. Members of the public are not informed. They have no opportunity to opt out or protect their privacy. It appears that Flock is allowing its automatic license plate reader technology to be used to indiscriminately track and collect personal data, infringing on individuals' privacy rights, and by allowing law enforcement to track and prosecute them for the simple act of accessing healthcare, exposing them to danger. Flock data is also reportedly being used by federal law enforcement agencies for queries related to immigration. This occurs even in jurisdictions where local authorities have determined that in order to further public safety by preserving public trust and cooperation between police and local communities, local law enforcement resources will not be used for federal immigration enforcement. For example, an analyst with the ATF reportedly gained access to the Richmond, Virginia Police Department's license plate reader information through Flock system and made unauthorized queries for purposes of immigration enforcement. The Richmond Police Department works in partnership with ATF on violent crime prevention, but the Richmond Police Department is not responsible for enforcing federal immigration law. Mike, please do not spam the comments or you'll be muted. The Richmond Police Department works in partnership with ATF on violent crime prevention, but the Richmond Police Department is not responsible for enforcing federal immigration law, does not investigate people's immigration status, and does not have any immigration enforcement agreements with the Department of Homeland Security. According to the Richmond Police Department, ATF would not have been granted access to the system for the purpose of immigration enforcement if the agency has sought permission to access Flock data. Sharing data would have been a direct violation of Richmond Police Department policy and would not align with the department's commitment to community trust and public safety. Richmond police have since permanently blocked all federal agencies from accessing Richmond's license plate reader system for purposes of immigration enforcement. Flock data logs obtained by 404 Media reportedly describe approximately 4,000 immigration-related searches nationwide, including in Illinois, California, and Virginia. These searches, some of which list the region for the search as quote unquote ICE fugitive or CBP, raise the question. So Bob, let's discuss that. I would love to discuss that with you. Would you request up? Because when you say policy is not law, so the law already exists about protecting the privacy of citizens. That law already exists, both in the Constitution and in our state laws. So when a police department is part of a Flock system and they have not opted into data sharing and they have a policy on how they run that police department, that policy is like law for that police department because you can't violate policy, right? And so when that information is accessed against the policy of the police department, that's a problem, especially from out of state sources that have nothing to do with the state. And it raises the question of whether law enforcement agencies are using Flock's data system to pursue efforts, quote, beyond its original purpose of criminal investigations and locating missing persons, end quote. Particularly as being in the US in violation of immigration laws is not by itself a criminal offense. Although Flock's policies prohibit federal agencies from using its data for immigration enforcement, in practice, no effective safeguards exist, since the company reportedly refuses to remove law enforcement agencies from Flock's network or cancel contracts in the event of violations. Although the Department of Justice has historically allowed federal law enforcement agencies to utilize automatic license plate readers in investigations, DOJ has also expressed concern with the way such technology could be used to intrude on law-abiding citizens. For example, in 2017, during President Trump's first term, the DOJ published guidance emphasizing that while law enforcement and related justice enforcement entities increasingly rely on automatic license plate reader technology, quote, individual privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties must also be vigorously protected, end quote. Using Flock data to track and surveil immigrants in violation of Flock's own policies is a clear failure to vigorously protect individual privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. Since the Supreme Court's 2022 decision overturning Roe v. Wade, the committee has launched several investigations into how companies are tracking, maintaining, and protecting sensitive health data. In 2022, it doesn't just scan the license plate, Dreamer. That's the thing. It doesn't. Some Flock cameras have facial recognition technology. They identify if there are stickers, bumper stickers, dents, identifying marks on the vehicle. It's not just the license plate reader that Flock cameras have the capability to retrieve data and enter data on. So since the Supreme Court's 2022 decision overturning Roe v. Wade, the committee has launched several investigations into how companies are tracking, maintaining, and protecting sensitive health data. In 2022, ranking member Krishnamurthy and other Democratic members of the committee sent letters to 5 data broker companies and 5 personal health app companies requesting information regarding how they store and manage user data and whether they share or sell that data with third parties. Further, as the administration escalates a campaign of mass deportation, which has denied due process to innocent people, concerns about the use and abuse of data by law enforcement agencies become significantly more pressing. To ensure that the public at large cannot be tracked without their knowledge or consent by potentially unaccountable and hostile officials, we request a briefing by September 8th, 2025, and the following information and documents from Flock by August 2025. Now, here's the part where you now have something that's actionable, okay? So now that we know that this request was made for data from Flock by September 8th of 2025, now this is a way to be able to contact Congress to ask about this. Did Flock provide this information? What data did we get from them? What hearings were had? Like, this is now something that is actionable where people can get additional information. Okay. So let me be clear about something. No, it's not, Tracy. That's the thing. It's not. So let me be clear, you all. Okay. When we talk about Flock cameras, they are not just license plate readers. And their original intended use, like the stated use, was for criminal investigations, right? And or to locate missing persons. When it is utilized outside the scope of its original intention, especially when you are violating the rights of individual people. That's a problem. And so, similar to this, there was a case that went before the courts regarding a geofence technology. Do y'all know that? Do y'all know what I mean when I talk about geofence technology? Let me see. I'm going to see if I can pull up the court case for you. Okay. So, so it got sent back down to lower courts for to determine if it was a reasonable search. So, Chatry versus the United States was a 6-3 decision. So down along party lines, if you will, that happened at the end of June of this year, right? Good morning, Island Boy. And so when we talk about a geofence warrant, so what they have started doing is, let's just say that there was a bank robbery that took place, and the government, the FBI, wants to use a geofence warrant, and they want to give that geofence warrant to all the cell phone providers, right? And they want the information of every citizen that's within a 10-mile radius of the bank, or even a 3-mile radius of the bank from this time to this time. Now, let's just also say that here's the bank. And as is often true in business sections, maybe there's a bank, but maybe there's also a pediatric office. Maybe there's also a women's clinic. It's coming. It's almost here. And there's also a women's health clinic. No, not yet. That's going to be for dinner. I got you, girl. I got you bacon and eggs right now. Okay. Did you drop it on your toe? Hold on. She dropped her phone on her toe. Come here. Let me see. Is it the same toe you hurt before? No? Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. This one? This one? Huh? Hey, stop. Listen. Let me see. This one? Or just across it? Okay. Well, okay. So it didn't break the skin. It's not bleeding. Okay. You're all right. All right. You're okay. Okay. I got you. So listen. Okay. All right. Grab your stuff. Yeah, it hurts when you drop a phone on your toe. Yeah. Okay. I also think she woke up before she was ready. So combination. Yeah, I can explain geofence a little. So let's just say that this is what we're looking at. So they are marking an area geographically. So let's just say that this dot is the bank where the crime occurred. And they have no leads. They don't know. I know both of them do. And they have no leads, and they don't know what they're going to do. And so they submit a geofence warrant to the cell phone providers. Appreciate you, Juan, right? And they want to do that. And let's just say that it's a 3-mile radius, and the block of time is from 2 hours before and 2 hours after. It could be whatever, but I'm just giving you those, right? Oh, she did, Dreamer. I love that. Appreciate Di. And so that means that anybody that is traveling within this circle and your phone pinged off a tower within this geofence, then they are asking the cell phone providers to turn over your information, who you are, your cell phone data, how long you were there, so they can then be able to see like where you were, who you talked to, the phone calls you made, where you went, all the things. Even if you're just minding your business, maybe this is the route that you go to take your kid to school, or this is the route you go to take your kid to work, or maybe this is the bank, but over here in this little shopping center is a women's health clinic, and over here might be a I don't know, a corn store or an adult store or whatever, right? That means your information, you have nothing to, you don't have anything to do with it, and there's no reasonable search to get your information. You follow me on that, guys? So that's the difference. So what the Supreme Court ruled is that it is a search, but they sent it back to the lower court to determine if it is a reasonable search, because that's the standard of the Constitution. The standard is it has to be reasonable search and seizure. And is it reasonable that you just happen to be within a 3-mile radius or a 5-mile radius of a particular event, right? And so that's the problem. So when you combine things like geofence warrants, and when you combine things like flock camera usage, right? And you combine all of those things together, you now have massive invasions of people's privacy, right? Who is they, Bob? I don't know who you mean. When you say, what if they take a picture of your car with cameras? Who is they? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do now. So, but the police can't take a picture of your car with their camera if they're not there, right? So in the case of geofencing, the police aren't sitting outside the bank for those 4 or 5 hours that they're requesting the geofence data for, because if the police were sitting there, the bank robbery would not have occurred, right? So this is the point, is that you're not a suspect. Matter of fact, they don't even know that you were there. Right. We're talking about two different things, Ginger. When I'm talking about geofencing, I am not talking about flock cameras. When I talk about geofencing is a particular warrant that is sent to cell phone providers from law enforcement based on your proximity, by accident or not, right? No, Bob, that's not true. That's not true. Flock cameras are not on poles requested by businesses. That's not true. I don't know why you think that's true. That's not. So for those of you guys that are interested, okay, you can go to dflock.org, okay, and you can, it's an open source project that maps license plate readers across the US. The cameras are installed for police departments. They are also installed for businesses. They're also installed for HOAs. They are not only for businesses for criminal purposes. That's just not true. They are in 49 states and over 6,000 communities. They are on poles and streetlights and police cars. They sit on public highways. They sit on neighborhood entrances across the board. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some folks up to the panel. When I do that, please remember to keep yourself on mute until I get to you. Okay. Please also remember, good day, Marilyn. So Flock cannot watch your phone. That is not accurate. What you're referring to is Pegasus, which is different. Flock cameras do not access your phone and your TV. You're now referring to Pegasus technology. So, yeah, that's it. That's an entirely different shit show. Exactly, Grammy. But it's not the same. Okay. So, this is why it's really important for people to be able to make distinctions and be very clear on the things that we're discussing, because they're not all the same. What's up, Marilyn? Hey, both Marilyns. I see you both. Good to see you. So when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you. And then you can join into the conversation and we can discuss the current topic or anything that is on the panel. All right. So give me just a second, folks. Yeah. So Bob, this is what I'm saying. Okay. Yes. The end result is that they access your private information and your private data without your knowledge, which is part of the problem. Marlene, did you mean to request up? Marlene, did you mean to request up? I don't think so. Appreciate it, Don One. Okay. Yeah, too many people haven't. Got you. No worries. No worries. Okay. What's up, Scotty? Okay, folks, we're kind of navigating this space really quickly. So here's the point that I'm making. Okay. So the document that I began reading, okay, Bill, I mentioned Fauci earlier. You missed it already. So you might want to kind of see if there's another TikTok live that's currently discussing Fauci, but we're currently not. Okay. So we're talking about flock cameras specifically because of an incident that was uncovered last year in 2025, in May of 2025, and then the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. They sent a letter to the CEO of Flock asking for specific responses to certain data and certain information. And so that's what we're talking about. And the concern is the misuse of Flock technology to access other people's information and locate people who are traveling for healthcare purposes in the case of this particular woman, or immigration, which neither of those two things are what the technology is intended for. And the people that have utilized the technology to get that information tapped into the national lookup tool to get that information and access data in states where it's illegal. No, Jay Bunky, she hasn't. So it's important to know that. Yeah, so I don't think that you heard me say that I already talked about Fauci at the beginning. So don't be mad at me because you're late to the party. Okay? I'm not going to talk about the same thing all damn day. I talked about it already and we've moved on. So you missed it. Okay? Go somewhere else. It's not hard. Okay. Whoop. There we go. All right. Really quickly. Give me a sec. Okay, so let me give you hey, Mila, it's here. Okay, so let me get to the end of this particular document. So what I was telling you is an accounting of all national lookup searches that contain any of the following words. So this is what Congress asked for Flock to provide to them by September 8th of last year. Okay. So they asked Flock to provide for them Flock's policies and procedures regarding the collection and storage of data obtained using automatic license plate reader technology, including but not limited to how and when law enforcement and other third-party entities can access that data, and whether Flock requires a warrant or a court order, because they may not. Next, an accounting of all national lookup searches that contain any of the following words, including the date of the search, the location of the search, the collection location for data accessed as part of that search, and the originating entity of the search. And then the words that are included are abortion, Immigration and Customs Enforcement or ICE, or Customs and Border Patrol or CBP. Any contracts that exist between Flock and ICE were also requested. Belly, this is you. Mila, will you give that to your sister or put it over there? Whoa, ho, be careful, don't let it drop. Next, 4, a detailed description of what information must be provided in order for Flock to respond to data queries, including whether the requester must provide a specific license plate data or can provide general information. For example, the state of license plate issuance. Number 5, they ask for a detailed description of license plate data, uses prohibited by Flock. So they want to know what's prohibited. Okay. Hold on one second. Here, sissy, this is you, Mila. Okay, go. All right. So a detailed description of what information must be provided in order for Flock to respond to data queries, including whether the requester must provide specific license plate data or can provide general information like the state of issuance. 5, a detailed description of license plate data, uses prohibited by Flock policies, including how many times Flock has blocked a data request, the reason provided for requesting that data indicated the data would be used for a prohibited purpose, how requesters of Flock data enter the reason for their request and whether this is an open field or a drop-down menu. I can't. I mean, I can, I'm just not. Don't respond to New York. I've already blocked them. 6, a detailed description and any relevant documents regarding any steps Flock has taken since June 1st of 2025 to update or reassess its features, policies, or procedures to mitigate the risks listed in Flock's ethical creed, which include illegality, inaccurate results, subjective results, misuse, and abuse. C, disparate impact on historically marginalized groups, infringement on constitutionally protected rights, and 7, a detailed description and any relevant documents regarding any steps Flock has taken since June 1st, 2025 to update or reassess its features, policies, or procedures applicable to its national lookup program to mitigate risks listed in Flock's ethical creed, which include illegality, inaccurate results, subjective results, misuse and abuse, disparate impact on historically marginalized groups, infringement on constitutionally protected rights, and all documents and communications from June 1st, 2025 to the present between Flock and any law enforcement agency that participates in the National Lookup Program. So listen, if you all have any questions regarding this request, you can actually call 202-225-5051. I'm going to repeat that number. That is how you contact the staff for the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. 202-225-5051. It's really important that people become aware of these things. I don't believe that enough people are aware of Flock the same way that people are just now becoming aware of data centers, or people being aware of Pegasus, which would be part of the technology that the United States of America could begin to utilize domestically across the country if NDAA Section 219 were to be voted in, and approved on by Congress. This is another reason why you need to be contacting your Senate. We are not going to be a surveillance state, people. We are not. And it is wild to me that it is supposed to be the party of small government that is perpetuating a surveillance state. Share with me how this is limited or small government. Somebody already did, the Grand Diva. It's not. Thanks, Carol. All right, so folks, when I bring you up to the panel, put yourself on mute until I get to you, please. And I will get to you. Okay? Oof. Why are things moving around? Yeah, several people did, Scotty. Grammy, did you mean to request that? Jamie and Veronica, I know you all were just boosting, but I just want to be sure. All right. Good morning, Abu Siraj.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, Dani. Good morning, everyone.
Good
How are you,
morning.
Dani?
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. Keep like my friend. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. It's been a very long time since I joined your panel.
I know.
It's yeah, what?
I said I know. Yeah, you go see A Money, but you don't come see me.
Oh, come on, that's not the case. The thing is, I needed a break. I stayed away from all panels for a very long time. Only recently I started joining a Money's panel.
Yeah.
The thing is, I had to deal with a lot of shit, to be honest. And there are so many things that are happening with me personally. But before I talk to you a little bit about that, I want to talk to you in general about what's happening here.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, Dani, that you have known me for a while now. I've always been trying to cover the news, to keep people updated and posted about what's happening here in Palestine, especially in Gaza. And recently I have been joining lives, just listening to the people and what they are discussing or the things they are talking about. And unfortunately, I see a lot of people getting distracted among our community, the pro-Paddy community, in which it's rarely for me to see them talking about what's actually happening on the ground. And this is a truly heartbreaking. The thing is, Dani, when I look at our life here in Gaza, I see no difference than 2 years ago. The Israelis are still attacking the Gaza Strip heavily.
Mm-hmm.
Every day they are carrying out airstrikes. Every day they are unaliving Palestinians day and night.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, I was hanging out with my friend Jamal, and while we were sitting, I don't know why every time, like a lot of things happen whenever I visit him. But anyways, while we were sitting, a very loud explosion took place. They targeted a house nearby. Me and him and his brothers, all of us were covered with dust and smoke, and we were suffocating because the explosion, to be honest, was traumatizing. It was like one of the loudest explosions I have ever heard my entire life. And the effect that the whole building was completely destroyed. We were covered with the smoke and dust. And it reminded us that we are still under occupation. We are still being targeted. There is always a target on our backs just because we are Palestinians, just because we are living under such circumstances. They unalive people, women, children, men, every day. And when it comes to the food, the medication, the water, people are struggling now more than ever because the amounts of aid, which is something that people no longer talk about, is still severely restricted. And the Israeli restrictions on international organizations has affected the people's lives on the ground, in which community kitchens are no longer able to provide meals or help those families. So this is the situation in general. I would like to talk about what's happening with me personally. My closest brother, Wiam, he was suffering from a heart condition, and the doctors put his name on the list to travel to be medically evacuated to Egypt, so that he can have a medical operation, an urgent one. And a couple of weeks ago, luckily, he was able to leave Gaza. My brother, my two nieces, my nephew. And this was the first time for them to leave away from us. And now they are in Egypt. It was really difficult for me to wake up every morning not being able to see my nieces and my nephew.
I know.
And the way he used to greet me with his smile every morning, and the way he was, he was the fruit of the house, And every time I think about them, my heart aches, because first, I'm worried about them in Egypt. I'm worried because we don't know when we are going to see them again. As you know, guys, that those who leave Gaza can hardly come back.
Right.
And there are people who have been in Egypt for years and they are not able to join. So I miss them so much, Dani, in a way you cannot imagine. But what is really affecting us nowadays and the whole family is what happened recently with us regarding the bank. Dani, that since I joined TikTok, I have been receiving funds for conducting initiatives on the ground, like water, food, celebrations, whatever.
Yep.
And the Bank of Palestine, out of a sudden, decided to freeze my sister's account, the one that we use to receive funds, even through TikTok here. This is how I provide for my family. It's how I help people on the ground. It's how I help myself. And out of a sudden, they confiscated everything in it. And I was taking a break from TikTok. I had a small safety net in that account. That's why I was able to take a break. But out of a sudden, they froze the account. We are not able to have any kind of access to it. And I have been following up with a lawyer for weeks now. Until now, we are unable to get that access to the account. And this is why, Dani, you have known me for a while. I never ask anything for myself.
Right.
But desperate times require desperate measures.
Yep.
I truly need help nowadays. So I have an LINK in my bio.
And his LINK is also in my tree.
It's not that one, Dani. It is not that old one. We had to change it because someone brought to our attention that when you go to the old one, it takes a lot of fees. So we created like a good one, a better one with less fees.
Okay. So you need to send it to me.
I would appreciate it. I will right now. This is what we are dealing with now. This is how Israel is fighting us. The thing is that the Bank of Palestine would never freeze the account unless they were ordered by Israel or the Israeli authorities to do so.
Yeah.
They know that I am helping on the ground, and I am being punished for doing that because they don't want people to be resilient. They want everyone to be suffering on the ground.
Yeah. So for those of you guys who I've known Abu Sarraj for almost a year now. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy to think that it's been almost a year, but it has been almost a year now, if not right at a year. And okay, you gotta wait a second, okay, sis? And so when we talk about the other day, you weren't with me, but we spent a good portion of the live talking about the United States of America, its relationship with Israel, and what's actually happening on the ground. We talked a lot about not just about what's happening in Gaza, but what's happening in the West Bank, which is absolutely atrocious in a place where they can't even use Hamas as an excuse for the horrific things that they're doing, right? Because Hamas is not in power in the West Bank. And we talked about, the use of white phosphorus both in Gaza and in Lebanon, and other places. And so we talked a lot, and you can add on to this if you will, but we talked about the things that were targeted. So, you all, water treatment facilities, salinization plants, infrastructure, hospitals, schools, all of those things were targeted by Israel. So what you have is you have people that have no access to clean water. You don't have folks that have access to safe water. You have 80% of the country that's living in tents. You have them; they are dealing with rats and insects in the tents around the kids and the babies. Without any of those things, you have people that don't have access to medication or medical treatment. There's I got you, Abu Siraj. There's a large number of people. And my understanding, and this is what I've got, I pulled it up for a reason, because so if you all don't know who OCHA is, OCHA, that is the office, it's the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Yet skin diseases are running rampant. Marky, don't do TikTok because it's frozen. He can't access the funds, y'all. Listen, he can't access the funds from TikTok. So you need to use the link that is in his bio. That's the most direct way. So even if you're doing $5, $10, $20, go ahead, Abu Saraj.
No. I changed the.
And you changed it so you can get them now?
I changed it. Yeah. I can get them out.
Okay, great.
Now, so I changed it.
Okay, you just lost what you had.
It's always. Yeah, exactly.
I got you. So he lost access to what he had. Sorry, you guys. That was me being like, wait, no, but okay. So yeah, TikTok coins that way, but also the link. So I just want to kind of share with you all, the UN puts out this report every single week. I don't know if you all know that or not. But they break down what's happening. And they have different highlights. So this is from July 23rd. So just 6 days ago. Okay. And I'm just going to give you kind of the highlights of their report. Fatalities linked to settler attacks in 2026 have already surpassed the total that was recorded during all of 2025, with 18 Palestinians killed as of July 20th, compared with 17 throughout the entirety of 2025. So they have already, Israel and the settler attacks have already killed more Palestinians in the first half of 2026 than they did in the entirety of 2025. About 90 Palestinians were displaced by demolitions and settler attacks during the reporting period, most following a large-scale demolition carried out by Israeli authorities on Bedouin community, and I can't say this word, Kalkilia? Abu Saraj, help me.
Yeah, it's Kalkilia.
Kalkilia.
Yeah,
look
right.
At me. I did okay. Okay. Demolitions and settler attacks continue to affect Palestinians' homes, water systems, school and livelihood assets, further undermining access to essential services. I got you, Mama. I have to. So Abu Saraj, my mom sent me something to send to you via your link. So I'll do that when I get off of here. She's watching on another platform. So demolitions and settler attacks continue to affect Palestinian homes, water systems, schools, and livelihood assets, further undermining access to essential services and community resilience. They're all saying, hi, Mom. So yeah, she, Wasim usually says, how's Mama? How Mama Mona? In Gaza, deteriorating sexual and reproductive health conditions are placing pregnant women at risk. In the first half of 2026, oh my God, this is astounding. In the first half of 2026, nearly 4,000 miscarriage cases were recorded in Gaza. Severe maternal morbidity reached 82 cases per 1,000 deliveries, and more than 57% of pregnant women were anemic in Gaza. Nearly 630,000 tons of debris have been cleared from the roads and essential service facilities to date from across the Gaza Strip, but this remains only a fraction of a more than 60 million tons generated since October 2023, much of which remains inaccessible. Do you want to add anything to that before I keep going in this report?
Keep going, Dani.
Okay. Sorry, my cat. You can't get up there, buddy. All right. So the reporting period for this from the UN is from July 14th to July 20th, unless otherwise specified. So this is specifically in reference to the West Bank. Across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, let me share my screen so you guys can see. I saw, Mama. I got it. Okay, there we go. Now you guys can see what I'm reading as well. So across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, Israeli forces, operations, demolitions, settlement expansion, settler violence, and movement restrictions continue to drive displacement, heighten protection risks, and undermine Palestinians' access to housing, livelihoods, and essential services. During the third week of July, shelter cluster partners reached approximately 1,180 people, which is 228 households, through the 224 interventions, primarily minor to moderate shelter repairs alongside essential non-food programs, non-food items, protection kits, where feasible, cash assistance. Response prioritized communities affected by displacement, demolitions, and settler violence, particularly in Nablus. There's a lot happening in Nablus and Ramallah and Hebron, those three places. Guys, who follows me and knows the the guy, Andrew? Oh my gosh. Andrew, I want to say he is from, I know he's from Eastern Europe somewhere. I want to say Russian, but he lives in the West Bank and he covers heavily the settler violence in the West Bank. He's been there for a couple of years now, or maybe more than a year, documenting everything. Do y'all know who I'm talking about? Let me see if I can give you his name. Here it is. Andrei, Andreyx. That's his name on Instagram, Facebook. He's a Russian-born activist. And he has been chronicling the activities and the horrendous things that are happening in the West Bank. Yeah, his last name is spelled Kurzanovsky, Khrzanovskiy, but Andre is his name. Watch his videos. You will see not only what is happening by the settlers in the West Bank, but how the IDF is also complicit in that activity. So that's one to follow. Let me finish this. Since the beginning of 2026, Child Protection Partners have provided case management and referrals to specialized services for 758 children. He is on TikTok. And caregivers affected by settler violence, Israeli forces, operations, movement restrictions, displacement, and deteriorating socioeconomic conditions. Partners also provided cash for protection, in-kind assistance, and clothing kits to 1,331 children and 211 caregivers. Health cluster partners continue to deliver life-saving services through a network of 870 health service points, including 230 mobile clinics. During the third week of July, mobile teams reached 232 of the 249 communities that required these services, which is approximately 205,800 people in the West Bank. But there are 10 barrier-isolated communities in the seam zone that cannot be accessed. So there are communities that are in this particular zone in the West Bank that can't be accessed due to military operations, movement restrictions, settler violence, and those types of things. Casualties. Between July 14th and July 20, Israeli forces shot and killed 2 Palestinian men injured 2 others during a settler attack in Deir Jarir village east of Ramallah after dozens of settlers, some armed and accompanied by Israeli forces, raided the village while attempting to seize their sheep. Separately, on July 18th, a 17-year-old Palestinian boy succumbed to wounds sustained 6 days earlier after Israeli settlers, accompanied by Israeli forces, attacked a Palestinian home in Al-Mughayir village, also in Ramallah Governorate. These incidents reflect a broader rise in fatalities linked to settler attacks. As of July 20th, 18 Palestinians have been killed in such incidents in 2026, including 12 by Israeli settlers, 3 by Israeli forces, and 3 where it remains disputed whether it was the settlers or the forces that were responsible. That exceeds the number for the entirety of 2025. More than half of those killed in settler attacks this year, 10 of the 18 were in Ramallah. Overall, during the reporting period, which remember is 7 days, 36 Palestinians, including 2 children and 8 women, were injured by Israeli forces or settlers, and more than 90% were injured in the context of settler attacks, while the remainder were injured mainly during Israeli force raids and other operations. Nearly 30 Palestinians were injured by Israeli settlers, including 9 during a single attack targeting Palestinian herders, among them 5 women. In the Isfay al-Faqwa community in Firing Zone 918, Masafaryata, south of the Hebron Governorate, where armed settlers assaulted residents while attempting to seize their livestock. Since the beginning of this year, remember that I'm only talking about the West Bank so far. I just need you all to sit with that for a moment. I haven't even gotten to Gaza yet. Since the beginning of this year, about 880 Palestinians have been injured in the context of settler attacks, including 720 by Israeli settlers and the remainder by Israeli forces, accounting for 56% of all Palestinian injuries in the West Bank. It has increased from an average of 1 injury every 3 days in 2020 to 2 injuries per day in 2025, and more than 3 per day so far in 2026. So I just want to be clear. There are now 3 injuries to Palestinian people in the West Bank per day so far in 2026. I'm reading this from the UNOCHA, that is the United Nations Committee on Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. So they do a weekly report, and that's what I'm reading. I want to get to, because I could go through, like, they do access to, well, I think this one's important. Okay, I'm going to do access to water next because that's important. According to the Water, Sanitation, and Hygiene Cluster, access to water and sanitation services across the West Bank remains constrained by damage to infrastructure resulting from demolitions and settler attacks. Settler attacks affecting wash structures have been concentrated in Ramallah and Tubas governance, while demolitions have primarily affected Jerusalem, Hebron, and Bethlehem governance. Nablus and Jericho governance have been significantly affected by both types of incidents. The loss, what are settler attacks? So Israeli settlers, these are Israeli, I don't call them settlers because they're not, they're fucking terrorists. So these are Israelis that go into the land owned and lived on by Palestinian people and take their land. Whether they're civilians, so they're not the IDF, although they are often accompanied by the IDF. And they can actually call on the IDF to help them, and they are often armed. So, yeah, they're civilians, but they are armed, and they also use the muscle of the IDF to help them perpetrate their crimes, whether that is trying to destroy olive fields, whether that is trying to take their livestock and their sheep, whether that is kicking them out of their homes and driving them away. If you watch Andre X, you will see exactly how they do it. Yeah, they are the IDF in civilian clothes, right? The loss of water infrastructure increases reliance on emergency water trucking and it undermines access to sufficient water for domestic use and livestock, particularly in Bedouin and herding communities where alternative sources are limited. Remember, in the West Bank, Palestinians do not have access to the same water supply that Israelis do. It's literally an apartheid state with regard to water. I'm going to go down. I'm going to jump down to the Gaza Strip. So the information that I'm going to give you real quick on Gaza covers from July 13th to the 19th, unless otherwise specified. Okay. The humanitarian situation across the Gaza Strip remains critical, with ongoing military operations, insecurity, and repeated displacement continuing to drive humanitarian needs, heighten protection risks, and disrupt access to essential services. Civilians, including children and frontline service providers, continue to face serious safety risks, while sexual and reproductive health indicators are deteriorating amid the cumulative efforts of displacement, food insecurity, and the degradation of health services. According to the Ministry of Health in Gaza, which operates under the de facto authorities, 59 Palestinians were reported killed. That's in 1 week. I want to say that again. During the ceasefire, notice I'm doing air quotes. During this ceasefire in Gaza, 59 Palestinians were reportedly killed between July 13th and July 19th, including those who died of wounds and had their bodies retrieved from under the rubble. And over 190 people were injured between July 15th and July 22nd. This brings the overall reported casualty toll since the announcement of the quote-unquote ceasefire agreement on October 10th of 2025 to 1,180 fatalities and 3,810 injuries. Against this backdrop, civilians, including children and service providers, continue to face significant security risks across Gaza, with incidents affecting both communities and service delivery points. Okay, so trigger warning for everybody, okay? On July 14th, a child was reportedly killed by stray gunfire in Al-Mawasi area in Rafah. The following day, on July 15th, a female teacher was injured after reportedly being shot by a bullet fired by Israeli forces while she was working inside a temporary learning space west of Khan Yunis, approximately 3.3 kilometers from the quote-unquote yellow line. Separately, on July 13th, a bullet landed in the yard of another temporary learning space in Rafah, forcing the suspension of all activities and its interim closure. Several additional cases of children being killed or injured were also reported during the reporting period, underscoring the urgent need for enhanced protection measures and safe access to services. Hella, Raja. Again, for those of you all that are just joining me, I am reading from the UN's report for their Office of Committee on Humanitarian, no, I don't need that, humanitarian aid. And they do this weekly report. And so that's what I'm reading from right now. Okay. All right. So here we go. Sexual and reproductive health indicators continue to deteriorate across the Gaza Strip for the first half of 2026, reflecting cumulative effects of crisis, displacement, food insecurity, and the degradation of essential health services. Between January and June of this year, over 3,950 miscarriage cases were recorded in the Bayan dashboard, the Ministry of Health's reproductive health information platform, which consolidates data from partners providing reproductive health services across the Strip. The miscarriage rate reached 208.5 per 1,000 live births. That's an astounding rate. That is a 3.3, I got you, Alan Boy. That is a 3.3 fold increase compared with the second half of 2025, which peaked at 377.3 per 1,000 live births in April of 2026. Nearly 74% of pregnancy losses occurred during the first trimester, while 57% of women pregnant were anemic, highlighting the worsening health and nutritional status of women across the Gaza Strip. The number of deliveries declined by 3.2% in the first 6 months of 2026 compared with the first half of 2025, with sharper monthly decreases observed since April. Alongside the increase in miscarriages, severe maternal morbidity reached 82 cases per 1,000 deliveries, while cesarean sections accounted for 49% of all deliveries, largely driven by emergency procedures among women arriving in critical condition. Goran, you're being muted because you're a troll. Wow. This part I really want to share with you before I let Abu Suraj back in, because this is about incoming supplies. Because what you hear is this rhetoric, okay? You hear this rhetoric that somehow, all of the aid is being taken by Hamas and whatever. I want to read what the UN is saying. And let me just say this. While I am grateful for this reporting and information from the UN, I'm also incredibly angry with the UN because the UN doesn't use the tools and mechanisms that it has available to it to offer any consequences for the behavior that they are reporting upon, right? I am tired of hearing statements from humanitarian organizations or the UN or whatever, and they're all talking about the horrific war crimes and crimes against humanity being perpetrated by the Israeli government on the Palestinian people, and yet there's not a single sanction. There's not a single loss of funding for them. There's not a single I am so over it at this point. So while I'm grateful for the information, I also say shame the fuck on you, right? So I'm going to cover this and then I'll open the panel back up. So incoming supplies. Ashdod remained the primary upstream route for humanitarian cargo entering Gaza during the reporting period, with 334 UN and humanitarian partner trucks offloaded, marking a continued improvement following the scanner breakdown between June 16th and July 2nd, which had disrupted cargo flow and contributed to a backlog. This represents a 21% increase compared with the previous week when 276 trucks were offloaded. I just want to remind everybody, do we remember the number of trucks that it was stated Gaza would need every single day to bring aid to the people? Does anybody know that number? To appropriately provide aid to the people in Gaza, how many trucks are needed? 600 plus. 600 plus is what is needed. And yet what we are talking about is 334. That's just more than half of what is needed. And I just want you to know that before that, it was, so 2 weeks before that, it was only 276 trucks. And then 2 weeks before that, it was only 185. That is less than a third of what is needed. So when they tell you that aid is getting into Gaza, it's absolute horseshit. And then it's important for people to understand the difference between humanitarian aid that is going to all of Gaza, or whether they are commercial trucks that are being brought in for the sale of products to people that are displaced. So despite this improvement, access and logistical constraints continue to affect the predictability and volume of incoming supplies. I don't want to go into this. I want to see this. So listen to this. There was a time briefly after the ceasefire that there was 749 trucks per week, not per day, per week. We're nowhere near what they need. We're nowhere near what they need. So, and I know that most of you all know this, but I'm just going to reiterate it for the fuckery and foolishness that might be hanging out in the chat or watching and not saying anything. To discuss the horrific crimes being committed by the Israeli government is not in any way to discuss Jews or Jewish people. They are not synonymous with each other. And it is important that we listen to the words that are being articulated and not add anything into it, right? Just so that we are clear, we are specifically referring to Israel and the Israeli government and the actions of Israel. I am not speaking about Jews. And even if I were, that is not anti-Semitic because Palestinians are also Semite people, right? So I am referring to Zionists, the Israeli government. I am not speaking about Jewish people. So, Abu Sarraj, do you want to add anything else?
Yes. Danny, I just want to say that the number of trucks you mentioned include commercial trucks. And we all know that the majority of the people living in the Gaza Strip right now don't have any money to buy anything. So the humanitarian aid is restricted to the minimum amount. People are not receiving boxes of aid like they used to. And they are struggling. The ones living in tents, the ones living in evacuation centers, all of those people are truly struggling, and they are not getting enough food or enough medication, and they can barely cover basic needs for their families. So the number of trucks you just mentioned is include the commercial trucks, which is more than the free aid that is supposed to be delivered for those who cannot afford to buy anything. And that's why this is how Israel is deceiving everyone by making everyone think or believe that they are allowing aid into the Gaza Strip. But the fact is, they are not. They are not. They are barely keeping people alive. Listen, after what happened with the bank account, I felt exactly how everyone living in a tent feels like. To be walking in the market, see a lot of stuff, but not being able to buy anything because I don't have any money.
Right.
That's how they feel. This is how I feel. The thing is that the safety that TikTok gave me one day, I lost it for a while, and now I feel like I don't know what to do anymore. I feel lost because if one of us got sick, I won't have money to buy medication. If something happened, if we received an evacuation order, I won't have money for the transportation. I won't have money to buy a tent. I won't have money to do anything. So this feeling itself, it's exhausting, and the feeling of helplessness. Because here in Gaza, you need money for basically everything in order to survive. If you want water, you have to pay. If you want food, you have to pay. If you want medication, you have to pay. And you have to pay like shitloads of money to provide those basic needs. Like the thing is, Danny, we wake up, and I need everyone to remember that. We wake up every morning with the fight and flight mode, always looking over our shoulders, always with this uncertainty of what might happen today. Every day we pray that it's going to pass without losing someone we care about, one of our loved ones, one of the people we know. Every time we go out, we have to pray that the Israelis are not going to target a vehicle or a group of people or a house while we are passing by. Every day we have to think about our food, our water, our medication, or our electricity, and how to charge our phones, and how the basic needs. It's something that we have to worry about, and we have to think about every day. This is why I always tell everyone that we are exhausted and tired because every day we have a war that we need to fight, and you need to win it in order to survive. Every day is a struggle. Every day is a misery. Every day is painful. Every day is dangerous because I'm scared. Everyone is scared.
Yeah.
Like we cannot do anything to change our lives. We just have to wait for the unknown, waiting for someone like Netanyahu or Trump to decide what is best for the people of Palestine. So this life is not a life for us. And even before October 7th, before everything that happens, the other day I was talking about that the people of Palestine should stick together and be united and fight all together because the world has failed us. And someone approached me on private and they were like, you know what, Abu Siraj, I know how hard it must be feeling going through what you are going through, but human life is more important than land. And this person was like telling me that before October 7th, people were getting married, they were working, they were going to restaurants and cafes. And I tried to explain to that person that first of all, the majority of the people in the Gaza Strip before October 7th couldn't afford going to restaurants or cafes. Second of all, what is the point of getting married, building a house, and doing everything you want if you have to worry about losing it every second of your life? So this is what it means to be living under occupation, is that you are always worried that you might lose it all and lose everything under this occupation. Because they used to bomb everywhere whenever they want to. They used to analyze whoever they want to. And this was happening way before October 7th. So guys, I've said it before and I'm gonna say it again. What is the point of life? Like a life without dignity is not a life worth living. A life without liberation and freedom is not a life worth living. Before October 7th, I was struggling. None of us was happy in Gaza. And now we are not, definitely we are not happy, but at least we have this sense inside our hearts that we did everything we can to change our reality. We did not accept injustice and just sat there, accepted to be slaves for the Israelis, allowing them to control everything. We tried. There's no blame on us because we are the victims and we have tried everything we can to change our reality. But those who are watching from abroad, the international community, the world leaders, those governments, those armies, our brothers and sisters in Islam, and everyone who is able to do something and they decided not to do anything, those are the ones who should be blamed for the ongoing injustice and the ongoing genocide that is still happening in Palestine. Dani, we are hurting and we are dying slowly. I live in a house. My situation is way better than the people who are living in tents. But I have the exact same feeling of those who are living in tents because I'm scared. Every day I have to worry about everything and it's so fucking exhausting.
Yeah, I get it, my friend. I know. So I appreciate you always coming and sharing with people the truth about what's happening in Gaza and the facts as it relates to life and what it means to live in a place that is occupied, illegally occupied. And people, for those of you who do not know, Gaza has been described as the world's largest open air prison because you do not get to come and go from Gaza as you please. There are these huge walls around Gaza and these towers. Imagine like guard towers, prison towers, right? Where anything that comes in, it only comes in if it's allowed. Anything that goes out only goes out if it's allowed. All of those things. And so it's really important for people to understand that it's it is a significant situation that is very dire for lots of people. If you're on TikTok, I want to give you some information that was provided to me the other day. So maybe this will help you when you think about TikTok coins. My understanding, and Abu Siraj, let me know. I know this fluctuates because of supply and demand, but I was told that it takes about 4,000 coins to be able to get chicken, because TikTok takes half, and then the conversion rate. So to get a chicken is about 4,000 coins. My understanding is that rice is about 2,000 or so. And when it comes to vegetables and fruit, they're so expensive that not most people can't get them, because like it's like 13 $13 a kilo for mangoes or whatever, um, um, and things of that nature. So that gives you an idea of what it takes. So to be able to put together like one meal a day, like a decent meal that includes protein, that includes your chicken and what have you, every person in Palestine would need, 7, 8,000 coins minimum from TikTok. And to give you all an idea, if you're not on TikTok and you're not purchasing coins, what you can figure, and this is just like an average, it's not always, but if you want 1,000 coins, that's roughly $10, right? So to do 7,000 coins, you're talking $70, $75. So that's going to do like literally one meal for someone, one chicken, one rice, and they might be able to stretch it a little bit, but that's the gist of what I got. You want to add anything to that, Abu Siraj, or correct anything?
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that there is no stability in the prices.
Right.
It depends on what Israel allows to come in. And I've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Sometimes the chicken disappears from the market and you cannot find it. And when you find it, it is even more expensive. Sometimes vegetables, sometimes you can find onions, sometimes you don't. So this state of instability is also a problem, that every day you wake up and you wonder what's you gonna find or what's gonna happen in the day. It's part of the psychological warfare, because they don't want us to have even a semi-normal life. You just have to struggle and overthink about everything in order to survive.
Yeah. So I just wanted to give people just like an idea of what that is like, and that's why the direct support links are also very, very helpful. And so the link that's in their bio. So Cortelli's, almost always, if you see somebody check their bio, there's usually an LINK in their bio, right? So that way, or coins, because they're able to take the coins and then transfer them into crypto and use them to purchase things that they need.
Yeah. The thing is, Dani, when it comes to me and my family, with my brother and his family now in Egypt, they need rent, they need expenses as well. And I'm trying to help them as well, because he has no one there in Egypt, and he lost his job. So this is why, guys, I'm going to say it again. I am not used to asking help for myself.
Doesn't.
And trust me, guys, it is very difficult for me to do this. But wahyat Allah, guys, I need every help possible nowadays. We have been living on debt in the past weeks. I have so many responsibilities and things that I need to provide. So please check out my bio. Anything you can do will be highly appreciated.
Yeah, so I will tell you this. Like I said, I've known Abu Siraj almost a year, and I've literally only seen him ask for help directly for himself, or him and his family, once, maybe twice, literally, maybe twice in an entire year. And that is something that you will oftentimes see with a lot of the folks that are here. we have our folks that we've gotten to know and love, and do our best to help out as best we can. Um, and Okay, Blue Honey Pot, I got you. So it's just really important for people to understand what life is like. Um, it is really, really difficult. Um, I tell you this, one of the saddest things that I've heard recently, Abu Siraj, is how many Gazans just want to leave now because it is so bad and it is so horrible. And I understand it. And at the same time, I know that that's what Israel wants, right? They want Gazans to leave. And so it's just a horrible thing to hear, um, the loss of hope, I guess. Um, yeah, so Beach Bum, I don't know. We just know that it was for him. So if you know folks, and so listen, if you're somebody that just needs to be able to do a tax write-off to contribute, you can go to Calamantina. Calamantina is a not-for-profit here in the United States that is founded and run by Palestinian Americans that I know. And so they do great work, whether it is delivering school supplies and shoes or food and things like that to families in Gaza. They put out across their socials the actual pictures of folks in the region getting the help from your donation. So Calamantina is an option if you want to have that tax write-off. Okay. All right, my friend. It's good to see your face. And you're welcome to hang out.
Thank you so much, Dani. I don't want to take more of your time, guys. Just keep us in your prayers and all eyes on Palestine and what's happening here. And away from this topic, I don't know if you got the news or not yet, but apparently Iran targeted an American ship in Egypt. Yani it was in Egypt in an area called Dumyat. They targeted it with a drone or something. And this is the first time for them to do so in Egypt. I don't know if you saw this on the news or not.
No, I've pulled up a few things. I've seen that Saudi Arabia has also joined with the U.S. in some attacks against Iran. I've seen quite a few things that make me just go, yeah. So I'm just gonna. I want you all to listen to this. So this is literally brand new. Hezbollah has said in a statement in response to the U.S. Saudi attack, and so let me just read it. It says the Iran aligned group says in a statement that a response to the recent U.S. Saudi attack is quote unquote inevitable, warning that it could cost the U.S. quote unquote tools in Saudi Arabia. Khatib Hezbollah said it would give the Iraqi government until August the 6th to demonstrate that it can defend Iraq's sovereignty. The statement follows Saudi Arabia's announcement today that it intercepted drones launched from the Iraqi territory targeting oil facilities in its eastern region, which in Riyadh blamed on Iran-linked militias, heightening pressure on Baghdad over armed groups operating from its soil amid the broader regional fallout from the Iran war.
Dani, just really quick, because I know that some people now are confused.
Oh, here, I've got the airport. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Hezbollah you're talking about is not the Lebanese one. I just wanted to explain that. There are two Hezbollahs, one in Lebanon and one in Iraq. And the one you are talking about is the one in Iraq. I just wanted to point this out.
Dominic, I'm going to get water in just a second. Scotty, appreciate you. Yeah, so that is it's Kataib, Kataib. Is that how you say it?
Khatib.
See, that's I have a hard time with that.
Yeah.
Listen, I can do a lot of the words. Y'all should see it when Abu Siraj and A Money try to get me. So listen, I'm a country girl, okay, and so where we're from in the country, that's the sound that you make when you're doing a hawker. Y'all know what a hawker is? I'm about to show y'all how country I am. Do y'all know what it is to spit a hawker? That's so gross, but do you know what I'm talking about? So that sound, that is that, but that's the sound, right? And so I can't do it. No, it's not. It's the sound. So say it again, Avisraj.
Okay, just promise me you want to spit on us.
No,
okay?
it's not. But it's the sound from the back of the throat.
Khatib.
Yeah, see, bro. I would have to come like live in Palestine for like, I don't know, 6 months before I could get that sucker really going because oh my geez, yeah. But anyway, that place Hezbollah, and that is the Iraqi Hezbollah. So yes, thank you for that clarification in case people did get confused. And I will also share what you were talking about in terms of Egypt. So let me get to it. So local authorities have said that they have responded promptly after an explosion was reported at the Mediterranean port in Egypt. Maritime security firm Embry said a drone hit a U.S.-owned gas storage tanker. Inchcape reported an explosion, quote, at the LNG terminal during cargo discharge operations, end quote. Quote, these vessels involved have been safely relocated outside the port area. Port operations are expected to resume during the nighttime at other berths and terminals, end quote. Yeah, the clear your throat sound. But while I would imagine that they do both same this year, audiology, yes. Okay. All right. I appreciate you, friend. And you're always welcome, as you know. And I will update the link that you sent me to the link that's in my link tree as well.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, Dani. Thank you so much, Danikans. I wish you the best, guys. Have a lovely day.
Appreciate you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum salam.
You can drop me, Dani.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so folks, I'm going to go ahead and bring up some more folks to the panel so that we can continue having this conversation. Just to reiterate, we've pretty much covered three things so far today in the first 2 hours of the live. The first is Dr. Fauci's testimony before Congress. And there's really not much to watch, to be honest, because Dr. Fauci put out a statement and he just said basically he believes that that the purpose of this testimony is to find anything, something that they could use to target him, and he's just not willing to give them anything. So he is pleading the fifth pretty much for everything, and just making it a non-issue. And if I'm being very frank, I don't blame him. I think that is something that we watched the entirety. We watched Jeffrey Epstein plead the fifth. We watched Roger Stone plead the fifth. Michael Flynn plead the fifth. Sidney Powell plead the fifth. Every single one of them pled the fifth regarding January 6th, right? So there's nothing to watch. Okay. Trump pled the fifth. There's nothing to watch. And I'm just going to give you my personal opinion on this, right? My opinion is that I believe that it is meant to be a distraction to work people up before the midterms. They know that on the Republican side, the conservative side of the country, they can use C-19 as an emotion invoking way to get at people. And so choosing this time to have Fauci testify is a political maneuver that I believe is going to backfire on them because he's not going to give them any ammunition. And we'll move on to the next story. That is one of the things that has come back to bite this administration and the GOP in the ass is their incessant demonization of the media and their overwhelming of the media with story after story after story after story has now created a situation where people don't pay attention to headlines more than a day or so. They don't. They just keep going. Right? And so I just think that that's a thing. He's in the restroom, Scotty. So yeah, that's a thing. So I just want to, we talked about that, and that's all there is to talk about Fauci, is he's pleading the fifth because he believes that it's a targeted investigation. And what I know and what we've all witnessed with this administration is they do targeted investigations to try to get back at people. And so this is just one of those things, right? So that's where I put the Fauci box. Third, yeah, well, Stanley, I mean, that's fine that that's your opinion, right? What I would hazard a guess is that you are not a medical professional. I would hazard a guess that you are not astute in science or medicine or infectious disease. I would hazard a guess that you have very little factual expertise in the subject. So you can have that opinion if you want. His opinion is you're wrong. Fauci was instrumental in killing millions of innocent people. Well, I can see you're ignorant. Run-on sentence, no punctuation, all lowercase. But here's my thing. Your opinion, right? I'm not arguing with opinions, right? You're not an expert. So, yeah. I'm not arguing with people with opinions. All right. So next, the other thing that we have talked about quite in depth is about flock cameras and geofence warrants. Okay. And so one of the things that hasn't been talked about enough is literally a year ago, there was a specific case where, can you help me? Where flock cameras and this is yours too, by the way. Where flock cameras were utilized to track a woman from Texas to Illinois because she was getting an abortion. And that was an illegal use of flock cameras national search tool. And it violated laws and things like that. And so we read a letter from the Committee on Government Oversight, on Oversight and Government Reform, and all of that. So there's that. And then we just finished talking quite in depth about the situation in Palestine, including the West Bank and Gaza. So those are the three things that we have talked about so far. The other things that are on the list are voting third party or not voting at all hurts the country. God has no place in politics or government. And then 3, progressive policies are better for the working class. And so those are things that are up for discussion. And if you would like to join the panel, there is a link in the chat across all the socials. And on YouTube, TikTok, there is a box right there that says request. Or down at the bottom of your screen, you have 2 little people that are pink and blue. If you tap those pink and blue people, that is how you can request to join the panel. I ask for 4 things in this space. Number 1, that you be respectful. Number 2, you don't use slurs of any kind. Number 3, you don't spam my damn comments. And number 4, do not type in all caps. Here's why. I have folks in this community that have visual disabilities. Okay. And those folks typing in all caps are reserved for those individuals and for my moderators. That's it. So just be respectful, be a decent human being. Can I have my lid? And can I have some more ice, bro?
There was not any book about.
Okay. So no, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. Thank you. So be respectful. That's it. Act like somebody taught you some manners at some point in your life, and we can move right along. All right. So folks, when I bring you up to the panel, if I bring you up to the panel, please do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I get to you. And when you say, I know, and when you ask about the Department of Treasury, you got to be a little more specific. See, I'm not sure what you're referencing when you say, can we add them? So, Veronica, I was until I accidentally left it at my mom's, and she's mailing it to me. I literally filled it up with water before we got on the road, and then I took the last suitcase out to the car, loaded up, and then forgot the cup. So this is the other one. And I didn't realize it until I was 30 miles away, which is too far to go back. Too far to go back. Okay. Really quickly. I want to make sure that I've done with this. Oh, wow. Yeah, this asshole. I can't. I'm going to put this clip in the link tree because I'm not going to play it. The human rights monitoring group Al Haq reviewed more than 60 videos and photographs. They cross-referenced legal testimony, and they conducted a geospatial and 3D analysis in an investigation that included that the settler, an Israeli settler, was not under any threat when he fired and he killed Adwa Hafalim. So this was a big deal. This was a big deal, and yeah, didn't mean to make you guys worried. Okay, got it. So the settler is Yanon Levi, and there's actually a 2024 documentary called No Other Land that references this specific case. And so now the humanitarian organization that has processed all of the footage absolutely says there was no threat when he killed the Palestinian, right? So Wherewithal, would you like to join the panel? I figure I'll just give you a chance before I mute you. Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Good. And what's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm not telling you my age. You invited me up here.
Okay. Well, have a great day.
Bye. Thanks for.
Mods, could you just go ahead and take care of that? Matter of fact, I got it. Blocked. Done. So let me just be clear, folks. Okay. I'm just not doing it. Just not. Oh, no, B. Right. Just saying, people are very, very weird. Hey, Charlene. 1 second. I want to pull one more thing for you all. So, how many of you all were not here yesterday when I talked at length about some court documents that have found that the United States of America at a particular ICE detention center force-fed a detainee who was undergoing a hunger strike. Not only force-fed the individual, but also they experienced forced catheterization along with unauthorized blood draws. How many of you all were not in here yesterday when we talked about that? Yeah. Okay. So really quickly, I just want to, because I feel like it's important. Okay. So yesterday I was sharing this article from The Guardian. And I'm just going to share a little bit for you. So there was a document. So there's actually something called ICE Health Service Corps, right? And the IHSC actually publishes like a newsletter every month, right? And there was a newsletter that was published. It was published online February by the ICE Health Services Corps. And the Guardian had actually gotten that document, reviewed that document, and some other things. And I'm going to share what it says, what their article says. So the Trump administration subjected at least one person undertaking a hunger strike in immigration detention to forcible medical treatment, engaging in a medical practice that healthcare associations and international human rights groups have described as torture. A document from the Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Health Service Agency, reviewed by The Guardian, confirms for the first time that the administration has used forced treatment on a hunger strike since Donald Trump began his second term. The document, published online in February, discloses that an unnamed patient who began hunger strikes between October and December of last year and, quote, was subject to force feeding, hydration, or forced urinary catheterization or involuntary blood draws, end quote. It also notes that at least 7 detained people were on hunger strike this February during that same time period, and that the ICE Health Service Corps has forecasted a total budget of $4,504.75 for quote unquote external medical care of hunger strike patients, and a total budget of $168,928.01 for the fiscal year of 2026 based on costs from last year. It is unclear how many of the strikers it is unclear how many hunger strikers and forced treatments ICE has accounted for since February. The Department of Homeland Security, which oversees ICE, did not respond to the Guardian's questions about what sort of forced treatment was administered to the detainee in the report. And so, there have been hundreds of people that have staged hunger strikes at detention centers across the country. And the Trump administration has repeatedly denied that the detainees are rejecting food as a means of protesting unsanitary conditions, medical neglect, and what some of the strikers have described as physical and psychological torture in detention facilities. At least 300 detainees began a hunger and labor strike at the Delaney Hall Detention Center in New Jersey from May to June, and their actions became like a national flashpoint. I think we went over that yesterday, Hawaiian gentlemen, the number of detainees in ICE custody that have died while in custody. Yeah. So, I mean, yes, we used to when you say we used to sterilize female undocumented immigrants, we used to forcibly sterilize female undocumented immigrants, Puerto Ricans, Native Americans, and Black Americans in this country. So forced sterilization is something that the United States of America has done throughout history. Let me go back, and I'm going to give you just a little bit more information. To forcibly treat a detained person on a hunger strike, ICE must first seek an order from a federal judge. Once the order is obtained, the forced treatment can begin immediately. There's very little due process in these proceedings. It's often seen as a rubber stamp. The forced treatment can cause a number of medical complications. Forced feeding, for instance, involves the insertion of a nasogastric tube through the nostril, a painful procedure that causes gagging or, in rare cases, the perforation of vital organs, according to the 2021 report. If the tube is misdirected because the patient is struggling or being treated under forced restraint, the procedure can cause serious infections. Hunger strikes and subsequent forced feedings gained notoriety during the first Trump administration. A series of forced feedings took place at an ICE detention center in El Paso in 2019. It was overseen by a medical team that was contracted by ICE. So I just want to be clear that this is something that was done under the first Trump administration in 2019. In 2022, The Intercept published the first ever video of an ICE detainee being force-fed. It shows private security guards dressed in riot gear approaching an Indian asylum seeker named AJ Kumar and holding him down while medical staff inserted a feeding tube through the man's nose and down his esophagus. After widespread criticism of ICE and its contractors' tactics, ICE released Kumar and 3 other hunger strikers from custody. Forced feedings were internationally denounced in the early 2000s for their brutality after detainees inside the Guantanamo military base were force-fed by guards after a hunger strike. So, yeah, no, actually, Cloyd, it is different. And before I mute you, I'm going to give you the opportunity to join the panel. So, C. Lloyd, if you would like to join the panel, this is your opportunity to do so.
Oh.
I don't know why this is something that, if you have a hard time wrapping your head around the fact that this is inhumane and disgusting behavior that the United States of America should not be engaging in, right? Then that tells me a couple of things, right? It tells me, one, more than likely you see immigrants, unauthorized or undocumented immigrants, as less than human. Because if you saw them as whole, bodily, like autonomous human beings, then you would respect their rights as a human being for the autonomy over their body. Okay, so yeah, so you're not coming? Got it. You can have a great day or have the day you deserve. So that would be number one. Number two, if you have an issue with this and you're somehow attempting to justify this behavior, it tells me that there's a certain level of cognitive dissonance that you have and privilege, because you don't believe that these types of violations could ever happen to you. If you understood that the violation of anyone's rights is a slippery slope leading to the violation of everyone's rights, it's because you sit in a space of enormous privilege and cannot fathom the day in which this would happen to you. Okay. I summoned it to port for you, please. So just telling you, it's privilege, it's cognitive dissonance, and it's the dehumanization of particular groups of people. Thank you, buddy, for helping. So yeah. All right. So here we go. Folks, if you want to join the panel and if you requested, can you do me a favor and put a heart in the chat for me so that I know? Hey, Renee. For Mila, yes, because the other one will tear up her stomach. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Renee. We love that for you. Y'all, can I get a mod to give me like 1 second? I need some extra strength Tylenol. I've been trying to tough it out all day and I cannot function. That's a whole hell of a lot of milk, Dominic. Jesus. Never mind. Now you poured it, son. But next time, can we just like this much? Thank you, Carla. Appreciate you so much. I'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Dani.
Hello, Carla. Thank you for helping.
No problem. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Dani's Live. Make sure you grab your heart knee, claim your points, continue to tap the screen, repost, share out the live. I think I got everything. And check out all the links. Hi, everyone. Hi, Cheryl. And make sure to check out all the links in Dani's bio. I know we recently had Abu Siraj on there. For now, if you would like to donate to him, make sure to go directly to his page and check out his link until Dani can update it on her link tree.
Dominic.
And I think that's it. Hi, Ace. How are you?
I gave you my extra strength Tylenol that I just bought, and I asked you to put it in my bag.
I wanted to tell people about Simon Finkelstein, a historian.
Okay, yeah. Well, so we'll wait for We'll wait for Danny to come back. I was just doing a
Yes.
quick mod announcement, but you're
Yes.
doing well.
Well, it's hard to do well when I'm seeing the oppression of
Yes,
the
of course.
people in Gaza being so squeezed into a tiny community, and they're continually squeezing the people of Gaza, Palestine, into more closer quarters. This is a genocidal tactic that they did in Poland when the Mustache Man's people did these horrific attacks on the Jewish people. You must understand that Palestinians are Semites. The Palestinians are the first Semites. As a matter of fact, what they're doing in Gaza is unaliving, particularly the DNA has been proven. Their own scientists in Israel, Shlomo Sands, has taken a 5,000-year-old skull, and he wanted to know who their ancestors were. And the ancestors were the Palestinians, 97 to 96%. This is appalling. How can these European Zionists continue to unalive Semitic people who are native of the land and call them something else? It's after scientific DNA has proven it. And I want to also mention, Danny, that Simon Finkelstein is writing a new book. It's coming out on September 1st. It's called The Grave Diggers of Gaza. And I urge everybody to read this book. This is a Jewish man, historian, who is telling the truth, who is forbidden from going into Israel because of his dedication to the truth. His family were in Auschwitz, okay, and he knows what he's talking about. Like I said, he's a historian. He's an older gentleman, and he was, the history of the world. This man knows the history of the world. And so I just wanted to make that apparent. And it's The Grave Diggers of Gaza, September 1st. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate you letting me say that.
Yeah, you're welcome, AJ. Thank you, Carla, for giving me a mod announcement. I want to really, really quickly. Yep, I got you, Carla.
No problem.
I want to really quickly reiterate a couple of things, folks. Tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to have another viewing of A Storm Foretold. That is the documentary that was done by Christoph Gildebrand. I think that's how you say his last name. Anyway, his name is Christoph. And he had unfettered access to Roger Stone from around October, November of 2018 through the end of January 2021. That documentary does not have streaming rights in the country. I have it because I purchased it during a short window that it was available in 2023 during the January 6th hearings. So if you have missed previous watch parties, this is your opportunity. It's tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In order to get a link to view it, you need to go to my link tree. You need to click the link that says Roger Stone documentary viewing, and you need to complete that form. If you do not fill out that form, you will not get a link. And you will not get a link until later on this evening. And the reason I do that is because I understand that this documentary doesn't have streaming rights here. When you agree, when you actually sign up and say that, yeah, Mama Dukes, if you want to see the documentary, let me just say this. If you want to see this documentary, you will need to have filled out this Google form at some point, because if you have not, you will not get a link. Because what it says is that you will not record in part or in whole any of this documentary. So if you do that, it's going to be your ass legally, not mine, because by registering, you are agreeing not to record, and that's in the Google form itself. So if you're not registered, you won't get a link. You will get a link. It will be sometime around 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's that. Just so that you know, the documentary is an hour and 40 minutes long. It typically takes right at the 2-hour mark simply because of people joining. And there might be times when I stop to point out something and connect some dots based on what you're seeing and other testimony that happened during the hearings and things like that. So that's happening. Project for the People meets tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you have not registered for Project for the People, then you need to go to makingamericatruly.great.com in order for you to get access to that information. So for those of you who are not familiar with what Project for the People is, it is a 2.5-year playbook with resources and materials that I have written to help get us back to a functioning Congress and a functioning government that is a stable democratic constitutional republic, right? So it includes strategies on how we get serious about winning elections. That includes robust election data across 12 different states and counties within each state. And then we have, so GUMS, it requires verified emails because I'm not letting people use fake email accounts to get the link. But yeah, so it's getting serious about winning elections. Number 2, it's about having conversations in communities that build connection. And in an effort to assist you in those conversations, I have created a Google Drive that is full of graphics and resources and things for you to be able to share across your social medias in real life with door knockers and flyers. And things about Medicaid, about SNAP, about data centers, about poverty levels, about your voter registration deadlines, about legislation that's been passed in one state or another that would be beneficial to be passed in all of them. And so we meet every other Thursday. We have conversations, we role play, and do all of those things, okay? And so that's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the third part of Project for the People is government accountability. And the reason it's third is because if you don't get serious about winning elections and you don't have conversations in community that build connection, you are never going to get to government accountability. So that's the order of things. And there's a specific timeline of things to be implemented once there is a progressive majority in Congress. Okay. So hopefully everybody stayed up to par on those things. Okay. All right, folks. Let me see what else I had to discuss with you all. I don't really care about that anymore. I was going to share it the other day. Now I don't feel like sharing it. Let me see real quick. Oh, this is a great document, and it's not necessarily relevant to like the top 3 topics that are up here, but I had this put up the other day, and so I'll do a little bit of a recap, and then we can talk about it. Okay, so how many of you all were in my live or any of the other lives that I might have been in where there was this discussion around the wealth gap that exists within racial disparities, racial classes here in the United States of America? Where there are people that are talking about, because like there's this thing about, well, if you just pull yourself up with the bootstraps, or where if you just simply work hard, you can make it, and there's X number of millionaires in the country that are Black, and da 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 da. And there's this idea somehow that if you acknowledge that there has been a system and actions by the government that have had a long-term detrimental effect to Black Americans, that somehow that's a victim mindset, or that's just like making things up. And there's this idea that there's equal opportunity out there for everybody, and that everybody has the same opportunity. And so I just want to be clear. So first of all, yes, opportunities exist, and not everybody has the same access to those opportunities. So just because an opportunity exists, it doesn't mean that I have the same level of access to it that somebody else has to it. And we have to be able to acknowledge that and be honest about the fact that that exists. And in addition to that, we also have to be honest about the points of intersectionality. It's not just one thing that is the cause of an issue in a particular community or in the country. There are different points and places of intersectionality. And there are things that exist and issues that exist within each community, whether that is the Black community, whether that is the white community, whether that is the Hispanic community, whether that is the disabled community. There are always within communities places for improvement and issues and people that can be problematic within the community, right? But that's not, so it's not something that is exclusive to one group or another. Big M, how much are the Dems paying me for this? How much is the GOP paying you? Big M. Let's talk about it. I invited you to the panel. You asked me a very direct question, which I think is kind of nosy, to be honest. So why don't you join the panel? Let's talk about it. So let me share with you all something. People who say things like that, number one, if that's even a real person, it could be a bot, right? But if that's a real person, the reason why people ask questions like that, okay, is because they believe that the only reason someone would do this type of work day in and day out is if they were being paid for it by a particular group of people. That's because they themselves would not do this kind of work without being paid. It is not an indicator of who I am. It's an indicator of who they are, because they couldn't fathom showing up every damn day for the betterment of the country. They couldn't fathom showing up, regardless if anybody pays you or not, to do the right thing for the majority of people. Therefore, they just assume, surely to God, if you're doing this much fucking work, it's got to be because somebody's paying you. So, you know, Big M, if you want to talk about your morals and your integrity, we can do that. Because I already know mine. It's clear you have no clue who you're talking to. Okay. Moving on. It seems like Big M went away. Let me know if you change your mind, bro. Happy to have that conversation. No, don't mute him, Linda. Don't mute him. Leave him there for me. I want him to have an opportunity to join this panel. Okay.
I love how you do that. Instead of letting them type and block them, just bring them up and say what they have to say. That's wonderful. I mean, you've taught me a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that. Let's just have the conversation. If you want to ask that question, then let's do it. Welcome back, Tech Lady. Yep, very easy. Yeah, so listen, I don't do you want to know when I first started having to deal with things like that? The very first time I had to start dealing with people saying, oh, she must be being paid, was when I was asked by a couple of nurses that helped save my granddaughter's life to figure out what was happening with our healthcare system back home. So where I'm from, we have a medical monopoly that was created through the state legislature with a mechanism called a certificate of public advantage. And, you know, I don't know about you and I don't know, you know, who you are as a person. But for me, my granddaughter had spent 91 days in a neonatal intensive care unit. And those individuals literally helped saved her life. And so when they reached out to me, they said, Dani, we need help. We don't know what's happening. We're hearing they're going to close our NICU. And at the time I had a small social media following on Facebook, but I was the only person that they knew that might be able to do something. I said, I don't know what I can do, but I will try to figure out what's going on. And in the matter of the next 5 days after that conversation, what I found out was that a law had been passed in the state of Tennessee that allowed two competing healthcare systems to not just cooperate, but to merge into one entity. The law that was passed gave them antitrust immunity on a state and federal level. The law that was passed also said that if any citizen wanted to challenge that merger, they would have to first of all, do so in Davidson County Court, which is 5 hours away in Nashville. And they would also have to put up an appeal bond in order to do so, right? So they blocked the public's access to the courts. And then I found out that the state legislature that sponsored the bill for the healthcare companies, Rusty Crowe, who's also running to be in the Senate again in the state legislature, was a contracted vendor for both of the healthcare systems, which I thought was just like crazy work, right? How does a contracted vendor, who is the chair of the Health and Welfare Committee, sponsor legislation for the creation of a medical monopoly? But that's who he was. And then I found out that the dude that was going to be the CEO of said healthcare monopoly had worked for 3 private healthcare companies prior to that, and every single one of them had been found guilty of Medicare and Medicaid fraud during the years in which he was employed there, either as a CEO or a president or of some sort, right? And so for me, I was like, holy shit, this is a really horrible thing. And it grew, and it became this thing where we ended up getting 30,000 signatures. We took them to Congress. I testified before the FTC quite a few times. We got national articles written in Modern Healthcare and in KFF Health News and all of the things. And myself and a number of other people ended up packing our bags and going and sitting on a public right-of-way for 257 days, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in protest of a medical monopoly that was state sanctioned against the people, right? And they were like, surely to goodness, somebody's paying her to do this. The problem with that is nobody was paying me. My little LLC I had formed, I lost my business because you can't run a business when you're on a public right away. My car got repossessed, credit went to shit. Like my whole life got turned upside down. But here's all I knew is that the people that saved my granddaughter's life asked me to help. And what was happening in the state of Tennessee, and is still happening in the state of Tennessee, was horribly wrong. And I didn't know what I could do, but I was going to do something. And so that's what I did. And that might seem unfathomable to someone. That might seem crazy to someone. And it seemed crazy as fuck to me. I was like, what am I doing? I didn't know what I was doing. I was just doing what I felt I had to do. I don't know any other way to explain that to you. So that's why it is not new to me when someone like Big M comes in and says, how much are the Dems paying you? Because they can't fathom sacrificing themselves for the good of everybody else. They can't fathom saying, shit, I might lose everything I've got, but this is what I have to do. They can't fathom being that type of person. So I don't take it as an insult to me. It just makes me feel sorry for you. That you don't have that level of, I don't know, you know? And it's not so much that you don't have it, because I don't expect everybody to have it. But it's that because you don't have it, you can't see it in anyone else. And then you want to attempt to demonize or diminish it when it does exist in someone else. That's crazy. Anyway. And if you want to know any more about that, all you have to do is Google me. Dani Cook, Ballad Health. It's a plethora of information out there, folks. So, anyway. Okay, moving right along. I don't even know what I was talking about before that. So give me a second. Jesse, did you mean to request up? And Donna, did you mean to request up? Okay, gotcha, Donna. Jesse, did you mean to request up? What's up, Indigo Spirit? Appreciate you, blessed. You're in the request box. Jesse said, Jesse who? Jesse you. Oh, that was funny. Okay, no worries. I got you. That was cute. Appreciate you, tech lady. I want to make sure that, okay, so I don't need that anymore. I don't need that anymore. I don't need that. Sorry, you guys. I'm closing out the things I no longer need. Don't need that. Okay. Um, okay, so I want to talk really quickly about this. Hey, Robin D. Yes, it does. Cheryl, I need to do it more often. So there's an article in Politico about Todd Blanche's nomination. And I'm just going to share it with you. This article is from 3 hours ago. And it says Blanche nomination hangs by a thread as Cornyn stands by settlement ultimatum. Quote, maybe they think I'm just going to give up or, go along, but they're mistaken, the GOP senator said. GOP Senator John Cornyn said Wednesday, less than 24 hours before a critical committee vote, that he is, quote unquote, not prepared to support Todd Blanche's confirmation as Attorney General as the two continue to tangle over the fate of a controversial DOJ brokered settlement agreement involving President Donald Trump. Blanche did not appear for a planned morning meeting in Cornyn's office, and the senator told reporters that time was running out for Blanche to meet his demand to formally modify the settlement Trump reached with the IRS earlier this year, a key ultimatum the Texas Republicans set out after Blanche's confirmation hearing earlier this month. Quote, hopefully, they now recognize the seriousness of this. Maybe they think I'm just going to give up or, go along, but they're mistaken. A DOJ official said the department shared, quote unquote, a written proposal with Cornyn's staff on Tuesday. Quote, we look forward to further discussion around any outstanding concerns, said the person who was not authorized to comment publicly. You got to love those folks on the matter. Cornyn said Wednesday, let me do this real quick. Okay. Cornyn said Wednesday that he has yet to see, quote unquote, a single piece of writing that is responsive to what I've requested. His comments came ahead of a scheduled Thursday vote in the Senate Judiciary Committee, where he has been seen as the pivotal vote. Opposition from any one Republican could sink Blanche's chances of confirmation. And another potential GOP swing vote, Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, said this week he would follow Cornyn's lead. Cornyn said Judiciary Chair Chuck Grassley had told him he needed to know by 4 p.m. Wednesday if the vote could go forward, putting the Trump administration on a tight timeline if it wants Blanche confirmed before the Senate starts its summer recess next week. A spokesman for Grassley declined to comment on Cornyn's deadline claim. The modification Cornyn is seeking would enshrine Blanche's oral pledge during his confirmation hearing earlier this month that a proposed, quote unquote, anti-weaponization fund is defunct and that an IRS audit immunity agreement for Trump, his family and his business is pared back. Cornyn and Tillis both expressed concern about the $1.8 billion fund, which was viewed as a way to direct taxpayer money to those convicted of assaulting police officers or others associated with the Capitol attack on January 6, 2021 by Trump supporters. So that's a big deal. If you have not read the article by Liz Oyer on Todd Blanche on her Substack, please do. Lawyer Oyer is what she goes by across all of the socials. She's fantastic. She testified before the Senate Confirmation Committee about Todd Blanche and what she experienced and why she was fired in 2025 and what the DOJ has since done, the individuals that have been pardoned and all of those types of things. So I highly recommend that. Good afternoon, young blood. How are you? Young blood, you need to say something. There you go. You just loaded all the way in. Good afternoon. How are you?
Okay, I'm doing good. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. What would you like to share?
Does anyone really believe that Todd Blanche will honor any agreement that he makes?
I mean, I do not know.
Okay, so I don't see how anyone can even push that envelope to say, well, what agreement he makes that he'll honor it or he'll live by it.
Yeah, no, I think what they're asking for, though, is for it to be enshrined and put into writing, therefore a matter of record, which would make it actionable. And so they would be scared to do that because people are pretty certain that Democrats are going to win the House in the midterms, which means if he puts it in writing, that Democratic majority in the House would have the ability to take action on it.
Yeah, but this administration already showing you what they think about judicial actions. They don't really care.
Well, but
so
I'm not talking about judicial actions. I'm talking about congressional actions, and there haven't been congressional actions for this administration.
No, there hasn't.
No. And so that's my thing, is that as there begins to be a progressive majority in Congress, in the House, and hopefully also in the Senate, the possibility and the probability of congressional action is a concern for this administration. And it should excite and motivate folks who desire to see some government accountability out of this administration.
No, the thing that I'm most frightened about for anyone to even consider voting for this man, it'd be like voting for Matt Gaetz. I couldn't do it.
I'm sorry, can I interject 1 second? Please, nice people, don't gift me. TikTok has blocked these coins. Give them to people who deserve them. This would be a waste of your coins. I appreciate you and love you all. Forgive me for saying this, Dani, for interrupting. But I can't have TikTok taking these coins and keeping them. They're not coming to me. I wasn't even able to gift Abu Siraj. I tried everything under the sun to get my account, my piggy bank open, and they would not allow it. I gave them my passport. I gave them my license. I did everything they asked, and they kept saying, your ID is unofficial.
How
Can
weird.
you imagine that?
How weird.
So please, I love you all. Give it to people who deserve it. I can't touch it. I would love to keep these coins and give it to people in Gaza or people in need, but I don't need it. I love you all. Thank you.
Mila, come here for a second, sis. Appreciate you, AJ. I don't see Stanley's comments. Oh, that was from earlier. I see it. Yeah, to me, he doesn't have any empirical data. He just has an opinion rooted in conspiracy theories and political rhetoric. That's it. Campaign rhetoric. Yeah. So Youngblood, yeah. So this is my thing, right? I would love to see this be the first nominee that didn't make it through, right? Because to be quite frank, hey baby, will you give me my peppermint? My red and white peppermint candies. Will you get them off my bed for me? I would love to see, because there's not a single member. So let me just say this, because I can't legitimately say that Marco Rubio wasn't qualified to be Secretary of State. Yes. They're right there, sissy, at the end of the bed. Yeah, girl. She said, I can't see it anywhere. I can't say that Marco Rubio wasn't qualified to be Secretary of State, right? No, Linda. I think it's just something because I'm just very uncomfortable, and it gives me something to kind of do. But the other individuals that I would say is Linda McMahon, not qualified to be the Secretary of Education. Yes, baby. Yeah. Dr. Oz, definitely not qualified. RFK Jr., insanely not qualified. Pete Hegseth, ridiculously unqualified. Stephen Miller, unqualified. Like there's just been a large number of individuals that have been confirmed by this committee that should not be, and confirmed by the Senate that shouldn't be. And Todd Blanche is another one of those. And I would love to see him become the first one that did not make it through. I would love to see these two Republicans get a backbone and stand their ground.
I definitely agree with you, and I think there's a difference between being qualified for a position and fit to hold that position. Because 100%. I don't think Marco Rubio is fit to hold anything. I wouldn't allow the man to polish my shoes.
Agreed. I don't believe that he's fit. Yep. I believe that he is compromised. And the same thing with like Emil. Steve Bannon's not appointed to anything, Nana. Kash Patel, that's another one. Woefully not equipped for the position. Yes. And at the same time, so like people that I think there's also, so like one of the people that I have the significant issue with in his confirmation process is Emil Bove, who became a federally appointed appellate judge in this administration, who is, I mean, the number of corrupt allegations against him on a state level before he ever went there, and the amount of receipts and evidence and proof that Erez Ravini presented to Congress is insane.
Yeah.
He should have never been confirmed. And I believe that once we get on the other side of this and we have progressives that have the majority in the House and in the Senate, the very next thing that has to happen is to impeach and remove some of these people that were appointed who have no business being there, and to then begin to primary and defeat the establishment members of Congress that voted to confirm these individuals.
I agree with you totally. Now, a federal judge, that's a lifetime position, is it not?
It is. Until Congress passes legislation to make it a 12-year term limit, which is what I think they should do.
Be impeached You can't be impeached from that position and taken off the bench.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So.
Yep. So can the Supreme Court.
We got a lot of work to do. They need to expand the court, and I think that they will do that, and put some intelligent people up there instead of a bunch of yes men.
Yeah.
I remember the Anita Hill speaking, and I really gained so much respect for that lady. I really do, because she did everything she could to stop this, and everything she said was true.
Same thing as Dr. Ford. She did everything she could to block Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
Same thing. So let me ask you all a question. Thanks for bringing that up, Youngblood. Let me ask you this: how many of you all are not familiar with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse's series of reports about the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation hearings? Put a 1 in the chat if you are not familiar with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse's reports about the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation hearing process. Put a 1 if you don't know anything about it.
Vaguely familiar with it, but not knowledgeable about it.
Oh. So probably one of the most...
Don't give me that look. Don't you be giving me that look. Enlighten me, please.
So one of the most astounding things to come out. So Senator Sheldon Whitehouse vowed in 2018 to investigate and get to the bottom of the claims levied against Brett Kavanaugh, not only by Dr. Ford, but also the other individual that came forward and made some accusations about SA and him and that sort of thing. And so he did tons of investigation work, and literally, I think the report came out. The final report came out in, I want to say, July of 2024. I did read it to us. So let me just, hold on, 2024, Sheldon Whitehouse report, Kavanaugh. Don't anybody ask me how I remember. Don't ask me. Okay, so actually it was October of 2024. That was the last one, not August, but October. And so here is the report. And if you guys are interested, I'm more than happy to take the time to talk about it and go over it, because I think that it's relevant. Because I think that there are people who believe that these processes are, why are you against people voting for independence? I just said why, because right now it hurts the country. So you can vote for an independent if they're caucusing with Dems. Potter. Sorry, you guys. So Potter, what I mean by that is currently, if you have an independent, say, for example, like Bernie Sanders, who is an independent, but he caucuses as a Democrat, then that's one thing, right? But if you are voting for a third party candidate that doesn't have a hope in hell of actually winning the election that they are in and defeating the GOP incumbent, you are taking an action that is detrimental and harmful to the country.
100% agree with that. 100%, because I was on another panel this morning and they had a guy there that was voted third party, and I asked him, I said, did you really think that candidate had a possibility of winning anything? And he said, no. So then why would you vote for them?
Right.
I mean, if I'm picking a horse, I'm going to pick a horse that I think is going to win.
Right.
And to do something like that, it makes no sense to me.
Yeah. And one of the things that people have heard me talk about is, so this is the way that I kind of, this is my idea about voting, right? Number one, give me one sec. So this is what I think. I think that when it comes to the primaries, vote whoever tickles your fancy, right? When you are in the primaries, if there is a third party candidate that just makes your heart sing, vote for them. Right? If you've got a candidate that is primarying your establishment Democrat, and you want to see them win, vote for them in the primaries.
Not the general election.
In the primaries, exactly. And then if your person doesn't win the primaries, you suck it the fuck up and you vote for the Democrat that has the ability to win. That's what you do. You vote for the progressive.
Or vote for the candidate that aligns with your belief system.
Yeah, well, so here's my thing. When I look at, there's only going to be two choices, right? When we get to the general election, in terms of who's running that has the ability to win, it is going to be the Republican candidate and the Democratic candidate, right? And so the bottom line is at that point, you do what gives you the best chance of getting close to what you want. Because it's not going to be, if your candidate is, for example, a Green Party candidate, then you're leaps and bounds away from the Republican candidate, right? Leaps and bounds. And the closest that you're going to get to that is going to be voting for the Democrat that is there.
Okay, let's give you some information. And you know I live in Illinois, so my daughter has had some problems with tornadoes that we had coming through here. So I may be getting a phone call from her pretty soon. If I do, I'll drop down. Okay. I'm trying to assess what we have to do to get her home and everything in order. So if I drop, that's the only reason I'm dropping on.
No worries, I appreciate you.
I totally agree with you on that. It makes no sense.
Yeah, like it's just common sense. And listen, so I'm Potter. If you want to join join the panel so people can hear your questions, the link is in the chat for you to do so. But let me just say this: so the question that I'm being asked now on YouTube is: so if independents who gets popular without caucusing with anyone, you still wouldn't vote for them. So it's not about. So let me just be clear. In the primaries, if that's who you want to vote for them. If you do not win the primary and you are on that ticket as a third party and you do not have a hope in hell of defeating the incumbent, right? Then no, I'm not voting for you. And it doesn't matter if you're everything I've dreamed of as a candidate. That dream does me no good if you have no hope in hell of winning. So in my mind, I'm just going to tell you, so what I believe is that progressives need to take over the Democratic Party the same way that MAGA took over the Republican Party. The Republican Party of yesteryear no longer exists. It doesn't. But the way that they got those extreme candidates into office was through taking over the Republican Party. So if progressives want to really be effective, if they want the shortest path to the destination we are trying to go, it is by taking over the Democratic Party. Period.
I hear that a lot, and I kind of agree and disagree with that statement because I think the Republican Party has shown exactly who they are. Because you don't go along with this kind of behavior unless you're that type of person. Okay, I'm not going to go along. I'm not going to go along with the things this man has done and just sign on to him.
Well, but
Unless
some of them
I'm-
haven't. Right. So
Most of them have, though.
yeah, but think about
Because
this.
they
So
haven't held him accountable.
right, but so listen. So so here's the thing though, Youngblood, right? There are many reasons why people will find themselves complicit. Okay? Whether they are complicit because they desire to stay in power and they're unwilling to give up that seat and that place and the position and the privilege that it gives them, right? Whether it be that they are being coerced or manipulated into being in that position and to going along, right? There's a multitude of reasons as to why someone might sit back and be complicit in what's happening. But the people that we've known and we've identified as members of the Republican, I want you all to just think about the significant members of the Republican Party that have gone away in the last 4 to 5 years, right?
Yeah.
So from Cheney to Adam to McCarthy to Romney, right? There's a solid number of staunch, what we would consider to be like regular Republicans that are no longer there. And the reason why they are not is because the extremist version took over the Republican Party. And those people that would not capitulate to that, they left, right? And others they forced out, like Massey and Marjorie. And so it's important for people to just understand that. So this is why, for me, when I think of what needs to happen, there is a group of, and the Democratic Party understands that this is the direction that we're going. How do we know that? Because there are telltale signs. You've never seen this many Democrats be so outspoken against Israel. You've never seen it. You've never seen 103 Democrats vote to not fund Israel. But that's where we are now. Right. And that is because they understand that progressives are taking over the Democratic Party. And I don't believe, Ernie, that it's just DSA. I think that it is a variety of people that fall under the progressive umbrella. It's not just DSA that's taking over the Democratic Party. It is progressives. It is people that are they are more inclusive. They are more humanitarian, and they are definitely more humanitarian from a geopolitics perspective than as the establishment Democrats are.
Can I interject?
Sure.
Rahm Emanuel, who was the mayor of Chicago at one point. Am I wrong? You're from Illinois. He has come out and staunchly stomped on Israel with a speech that just mortified me. I never thought in a million years I would hear.
Will you look on my bed for my peppermint candies?
He's also I think the ambassador to Japan, I think. Rahm Emanuel.
Under Obama he was, but
yes,
he doesn't have a position under this administration.
Of course not. He's a Democrat. But I'm talking about the fact that he is an Israeli supporter. He always helped Obama make decisions about Israel. He was his chief of staff, I thought, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And the speech that he came out in Israel against the administration of Israel, their government, it just shocked them to the core when he was telling them that you have committed the ultimate sin of genocide and the ultimate sin of racism. It just mortified the whole country. And this has split Israel in half. Go ahead, sir.
I think what happened with everything that went on with what Israel is doing, I think they ostracized themselves against the whole world. The whole world is turned against them because people can see that this is wrong. I mean, you bomb a refugee camp, or you boom a refugee camp, you boom hospitals and everything else. So I think the lies and things that Israel has been doing forever It's finally been brought to light to the point to where people just can't ignore it anymore. You may have always felt it in the back of your mind, but now it's brought to full light, and people just refuse to align with that.
And the evidence we have for that is a poll that has just been taken. This poll shows.
Yeah, that's her now, Dan. I gotta drop that.
Okay, appreciate you, Youngblood. Okay.
God bless you, Youngblood. So this poll, Danny, you know about this poll?
I'm not sure what poll you're referencing.
It was a Fox poll about lack of support for Israel and the public opinion of Israel in America. And it has turned on Israel 62%. In my lifetime, I never thought I would see such a poll, that this is possible, that people are looking at this and saying, that's unbelievable.
Yeah.
You know, and it has mortified them. Thank you.
Yeah, no. I tend to not be a poll person, so I always call polls. I think when you watch polls, you can ride the polar coaster, if you will, because polls are only as good and as effective as the people giving them, and the questions that are being asked, and the people that are being asked the question. You know what I mean? And so what I look at for me to gauge that is the number of candidates that are currently saying out loud, right, that there needs to be a two-state solution, that Israel is committing crimes against humanity, that we need to stop funding Israel, that we need, I look at that. The fact that 103 Democrats voted to stop funding Israel, to me, is a larger sentiment. And then just public opinion, you see that in the streets and on social media. But I've just never been I've never been a big poll girl. I want to see that. A little headline popped up. So give me a second. Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Bashir. So there is talk that Bashir is Andy Bashir has issued an ultimatum demanding that U.S. Senator Mitch McConnell either provide direct proof of his capacity to serve or resign from office. Wow.
That's great news.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yep, I love that. So I want to see the letter on July 27th. Okay, so where is the letter? Where is the letter? Where is the letter?
Isn't Mike Johnson supposed to be in charge of that? The Speaker of the House?
Yeah, Mike Johnson does whatever he's told to do.
Exactly.
Okay, so let me see if I want the whole letter. Y'all know me. I see the headline and then I go, okay, but where's the letter? That's what I look at. Got it. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? We can read the letter together. We can read it together. And then we are going back to Sheldon Whitehouse, you guys. Open up the letter, please. You don't want to open? Okay, so here we go. It says, Dear Senator McConnell and Senate staff, I am addressing this letter to Senator McConnell under the assumption that he is capable of reading and responding verbally and not incapacitated by means of consciousness or cognition. If the senator is unable to respond for either of those or other conditions, consider this letter a demand for his Senate staff to be honest and transparent with the people of Kentucky. It has now been 43 days since the news of your hospitalization. During that time, you have cast 0 votes, engaged in no official activities, and aside from 2 photos and corresponding statements, have made no effort to communicate with your Kentucky constituents or the nation. Yes, Mila. Yes. Even the attending physician's written statement does not discuss your actual condition, including whether you can speak, reason, or carry out your duties as a senator. I understand anyone's desire for privacy, but when you run for office and serve as one of a state's 2 U.S. senators You willingly abdicate much of your personal privacy. That's the deal, and we all know it when we run. Important events are happening in our country right now during your absence. President Trump is stuck in a war of his own making and has greatly strengthened the very country he claims is a threat. Prices continue to rise, crushing Americans who are working hard but not getting ahead. Americans' voting rights are being eliminated by the Supreme Court and threatened by congressional action, all while you are absent and refuse to communicate clearly and directly to the people you serve. As governor of the state you serve, I am calling on you to directly and verbally address the people of Kentucky and provide proof of your capacity to serve or resign. I am further sending this letter to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. Per our research, a vacancy in the Senate occurs when a senator dies, resigns, or is expelled by a vote of the Senate itself. If you are unwilling to voluntarily show that you still have the capacity to serve, I will insist Leader Thune fully investigate your condition, report to the American people, and begin the process if warranted.
Wow.
All of
That's
this,
explicit.
yeah, let me give you the last bit. All of this speculation and even this letter could have been avoided with a minimal amount of transparency. Even your protege, Scott Jennings, stated July 23rd on television, quote, truthfully, a little transparency on the front here would have saved him a lot of grief, end quote. Kentuckians are just asking you to be honest. Sincerely, Andy Bashir. How's that, folks? I think that that's amazing, right? And I think that it's about damn time, to be quite honest. Okay, so for those of you all who haven't ever, this letter was done on Monday. It was reported on yesterday, and I'm reporting on it to you guys today. Yes, dated the 27th.
Overdue is right.
Yeah, 100%. Right. They just need to make it till next week, and then there's no special election. Correct. Okay, so really quickly, I think that it's important to talk about what happened during Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation hearing process, because it demonstrates how far a Trump administration is willing to go to get the confirmation that they desire. Okay. So I missed if she said that they give a time frame for him to give his proof. I don't think that the letter said so. But I don't know if there was anything outside of like that letter right there. Okay, so let me just share. If you remember during the Brett Kavanaugh confirmation, okay, Dr. Ford testified about the events of the alleged essay of Brett Kavanaugh against her. And then another woman also stepped forward. And if you remember, there was a pause on the confirmation hearing process. And they said that they were going to pause it for a week while further investigation was done. Do you all remember that? So there
I
are.
only remember him loving beer.
Yeah. But what's important is the congressional process and what the American people were told was going to happen versus what actually did happen. And the reason why we know this information is because of 6 years of diligent work, dogged work by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. Okay. So this is the final report that came out on in October of 2024 called Unworthy of Reliance, the flawed supplemental background investigation into sexual assault allegations against Justice Brett Kavanaugh. It is by U.S. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Federal Courts, Oversight, Agency Action, and Federal Rights, October 2024. I'm going to, because the entire thing is 32 pages, so I'm not reading the entire thing. What I am going to do is share with you the executive summary. Okay. So on July 9th, 2018, Donald Trump nominated then Judge Brett Kavanaugh of the United States Court of Appeals for the DC Circuit to be an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court. You impeach and remove them, Matthew. That's how you get rid of them. Before his confirmation hearing, Kavanaugh was subject to a routine, quote unquote, full field background investigation by the FBI, which is a standard part of the confirmation process for all judicial nominees. On September the 4th, 2018, the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, following the ordinary procedure for considering Supreme Court nominees, commenced 4 days of hearings on Kavanaugh's nomination. On September the 12th, allegations of sexual misconduct by Kavanaugh, which had not been uncovered during the FBI's full field background investigation, began to surface. Over the next few days, senators and the public learned of accusations by Dr. Christine Blasey Ford, a professor at Palo Alto University, that Kavanaugh had sexually assaulted her while the two were in high school. According to a letter Ford sent to Senator Dianne Feinstein, then the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, quote, Brett Kavanaugh physically and sexually assaulted Ford during high school in the early 1980s by locking her in a bedroom, climbing on top of her, attempting to remove her clothes, and putting his hand over her mouth to stop her from screaming. Kavanaugh publicly denied Ford's allegation. After Ford came forward, new allegations of sexual misconduct by Kavanaugh emerged, most notably from Deborah Ramirez, a classmate of Kavanaugh's at Yale University. On September 23rd, 2018, The New Yorker reported on Ramirez's allegation that while in college, Kavanaugh, quote, exposed himself at a drunken dormitory party, thrust his member in her face, and caused her to touch it without her consent as she pushed him away, end quote. Kavanaugh publicly denied this allegation as well. In response to these allegations, the Judiciary Committee held an additional hearing on September the 27th of 2018. During this hearing, Ford and Kavanaugh testified, and committee members and an outside counsel hired by committee Republicans questioned them both. Ford testified that during the summer of 1982, Kavanaugh and Ford were present at a small gathering at a suburban Maryland home. Also present were their peers, Mark Judge, P.J. Smith, Leland Ingram Kaiser, yes. Cute. I see. And one other individual whose identity Ford could not recall. Ford told the Judiciary Committee that at this gathering, she was, quote unquote, pushed from behind into a bedroom, end quote, after which Kavanaugh and Judge, quote, came into the bedroom and locked the door behind them, quote. Trigger warnings, people. After either Kavanaugh or Judge turned up music playing in the room, Ford, quote, was pushed onto the bed, end quote, and Kavanaugh, quote unquote, got on top of her and, quote unquote, began running his hands over her body and grinding onto her, end quote, and, quote unquote, groped her and tried to take her clothes off, end quote. Ford testified that Kavanaugh struggled to remove his clothes, quote, because he was very inebriated and because she was wearing a one-piece bathing suit under her clothes, end quote. Ford, quote, believed he was going to grape her, end quote. She further testified at one point that Kavanaugh put his hand over her mouth to stop her from yelling, quote unquote, while Kavanaugh and Judge were, quote, drunkenly laughing, quote unquote, a memory she described as indelible in the hippocampus. Ford testified that she escaped after Judge, quote unquote, jumped on the bed and they all, quote unquote, toppled over. Kavanaugh, quote unquote, categorically and unequivocally denied the accusations, claiming that they were a, quote unquote, calculated and orchestrated political hit fueled with apparent pent-up anger about President Trump and the 2016 election, end quote, and, quote unquote, revenge on behalf of the Clintons, whatever that means. He asserted that he had, quote, never had any sexual or physical encounter of any kind with Dr. Ford. Okay. Ask Dominic to message mommy. And that he never attended a gathering like the one that she described in the allegations. I want to get to the other part. Here are the conclusions, okay? First, let me just say this. After the hearing the testimony by Ford and Kavanaugh, the Judiciary Committee agreed to request the FBI to conduct a supplemental background investigation, quote, limited to current credible allegations against Kavanaugh before the full Senate voted on his confirmation. The committee also agreed that the investigation would be completed within 1 week. Upon direction from the White House, the FBI conducted 10 interviews, concluded its investigation, and then submitted all the information it gathered to the White House by October 4th, 2018. The White House made this information available to the committee the same day. Now, here's where it gets outrageous. Far from getting to the bottom of the allegations against Kavanaugh, the supplemental background investigation performed by the FBI raised additional questions about the thoroughness of the FBI's review and whether its scope had been purposely curtailed. In the years since, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse and others have pursued answers about the supplemental background investigation, launching the oversight inquiry that is summarized in this report. As part of this inquiry, Senate investigators exchanged correspondence with the White House, the Department of Justice, the FBI. It interviewed FBI officials involved in the Kavanaugh supplemental background investigation and reviewed FBI manuals, training materials, and guidance, as well as more than 500 pages of correspondence between the Trump White House and FBI officials. This oversight inquiry has lasted nearly 6 years, hampered by executive branch delays, reluctant to answer even basic questions, and often incomplete responses. This report summarizes the Senate Oversight's inquiry conclusions based on the limited information the executive branch eventually provided. The report's conclusions are: first, the Senate's reliance on the FBI's supplemental background investigation to inform its constitutional duty to provide advice and consent on Kavanaugh's nomination to the Supreme Court was misplaced. Multiple senators expressly cited the supplemental background investigation's apparent inability to uncover corroborating evidence of the allegations as a ground for voting to confirm him. Yet, the supplemental background investigation was flawed and incomplete, as the FBI did not follow up on numerous leads that could have produced potentially corroborating or otherwise relevant information. To give you what that looks like, folks, listen to this. The FBI reported receiving, quote, over 4,500 tips, including phone calls and electronic submissions, end quote, related to the Kavanaugh supplemental background investigation. None were investigated or even screened for an indication of credibility. I'm going to repeat that. In this week-long supplemental background investigation, over 4,500 tips, including phone calls and electronic submissions related to Kavanaugh, were sent in. None of them were investigated or even screened. Listen to this. In a 2021 letter to Senators Whitehouse and Coons, the FBI created the impression that it had established a dedicated tip line as part of its supplemental investigation into the allegations against Kavanaugh. However, there was no dedicated tip line. In October of 2021, after repeated follow-up from the senators, the FBI stated that the tip line was not specific to Kavanaugh allegations and was instead part of the pre-existing public access line, now known as the National Threat Operations Center. In a December 2021 briefing, the FBI clarified that the Kavanaugh quote-unquote tip line was only a sorting function to remove Kavanaugh-related tips from the tips flowing into the National Threat Operations Center. On September 29th of 2018, the White House directed the FBI to treat all tips, quote, the same way that other leads have been handled, end quote, i.e., by forwarding them to the White House without further investigation, no matter how reliable or corroborative the tips seemed. So the reason I'm sharing this information is to understand that as part of Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation hearing process, right? We have Todd Blanche going before the Senate. The vote is supposed to occur tomorrow. It is important to understand just how far, right? Just how far a Trump White House is willing to go to ensure the confirmation of the people they desire to have in office. And this is incredibly important. If you've never known this information, we went over this extensively before the November 2024 election, because the White House directed the FBI to send the 4,500 tips straight to the White House without investigation, without screening them, without looking for corroborating evidence. So when people say things like, oh, well, was there any corroborating evidence? Who the fuck knows? Because the tips were sent straight to the White House without investigation, without screening, without anything. And it should matter to you, regardless of your political party affiliation, that an executive branch would have the FBI send thousands of tips regarding a potential Supreme Court justice nominee straight to the White House with no investigation, with no screening. That should be an issue for you. It should be an issue for you whether it was under the Trump administration, a Biden administration, an Obama administration, a Bush administration. It should be an issue for you. And if it's not, that tells me that you're not really a patriot. You're a nationalist. Maybe you're a Christian nationalist. Maybe you're a white nationalist. Maybe you're a Christian Zionist. I don't know what you are, but what I know is that it's not the well-being of the country that you're concerned about. And the thing that's really interesting about this go-around is these Republican senators are on the record saying, I'm not budging. I'm not doing it. And I wonder if we are finally approaching a time where there's a line in the sand for some of these Republicans. I don't know if we are or not, but damn, wouldn't it be glorious to see? So things that we need to be contacting our senators about right now in this moment is Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing, because he shouldn't be confirmed. The NDAA Section 219 that wants to take Israel from a special relationship to a strategic partnership. Fuck that and everything about it. Absolutely not. The United States of America needs its sovereignty back. And it needs hard, clear boundaries when it comes to its relationship with Israel. And we do not have that right now. Not only do we not have that on an executive branch level, we don't have that on a congressional level, and we're starting to not have it on a state Senate level. Yes, the Senate section is 1217. Thanks, Kat. Yeah, so the NDAA is in the Senate vote is section 1217. And it matters. It should be an issue for you, when 250 state legislators travel to Israel, kiss the wall, and are walking around with buttons that say 50 states, one Israel. That should be a problem. So, Pearl, when you say that, here's what I would say is that the shifts say differently. So, like literally just a week or so ago, you had almost half of the Democratic members of Congress vote to stop funding Israel. And so that shows that the tide and the sentiment is shifting and it is changing. And go ahead, AJ.
The Leahy Law.
Yeah.
Isn't that, why are they neglecting the Leahy Law? The law that says that any weapon sent by America should be defensive and not used in a genocidal way that it's being used.
Right. Yeah.
Why are they ignoring that?
I mean, because of Christian Zionism. Like literally, like it's not. You could say, why are they ignoring the War Crimes Act of 1996? Why are they ignoring the Geneva Convention? Right? It's the same thing. So like those types of questions, there is no answer, right? I can't tell you why. Intent and the reasoning for some people is no. All I know is that it comes down to many of their belief systems. And so what you see now is a shifting of those things because people want to stay in power more than they want to hold on to a particular belief. And if they believe shifting that belief is going to make them be able to stay in power, then they will. And this is, I mean, people just need to, it's not all about oil, Corey. That's just not accurate. It's not accurate. It's not. Not when it comes to Israel. The relationship with the United States of America and Israel is not just all about Israel. There is a political agenda. There's a political movement, a Zionism movement that is separate to that. Are they being executed in a way that is mutually beneficial? Sure, but it's not. So listen, folks. It is very rarely one reason for something. It's usually many different points of intersectionality that accomplish what's happening. And I think what most Americans don't get is the relationship with the United States and Israel goes back like 30 years before the establishment of Israel as a state. And people do not understand the financial ties of the United States of America to the Zionist founders of the Zionist Federation that were behind the establishment of Israel as a country. So, like, the facts are the facts, y'all. Like it or not, the Rothschild created a banking system. And one of the specialties of that banking system was government loans to the government, right? And so the whole first part of New York subway system financed by loans from the Rothschilds. Our railroad systems also financed from the banking systems from the Rothschilds, right? So it was loans to the U.S., loans to the Brits. Like that's how, like, I'm just laying it out there. And so what you have is the folks running the banking systems, right, that control all of these government loans, also have a political ideology and they have a political movement. And they have established the Zion. How many of you guys have ever looked up the Zionist World Congress? If you have never ever looked up the Zionist World Congress, put a 1 in this chat for me. Because if you haven't, you because I didn't either, I did not know the extent that exists in terms of Zionism and the participants and where it exists all across the country. Okay, so I'm going to pause here for just a second. Let me look this up.
Very good point, Dani. Thank you for bringing that up.
So, whoops. So the Zionist Congress, the WZO, World Zionist Congress, the website is www.wzo.org.il. Okay, that's where I'm at. It was established by Theodore Herzl. Herzl is the guy he's the father of Zionism as we know it. And I want you to just listen to this. So Hold on. I'm sharing over here. Sorry, you guys. I'm coming with you. The Zionist Congress established by Herzl is the supreme organ of the World Zionist Organization and its legislative authority. Article 13 of the WZO Constitution, they have a constitution, stipulates, quote, an ordinary Congress shall meet at least once in 4 years at a place determined by the council. It shall be convened by the executive. Notwithstanding, the Constitution allows postponement of the Congress for special reasons and subject to a vote. Accordingly, the last few Congresses were held approximately every 5 years, the most recent one being in October of 2015, and that's when this article was written. So it should be noted that the first 5 Zionist Congresses were held annually. Powers of the Congress. The Congress elects the chairman of the Zionist executive, the vice chairman, the members of the executive, the members of the Zionist General Council and their deputies, the president of the Zionist Supreme Court, the attorney of the World Zionist Organization, and the comptroller. It's literally a government, y'all. The Congress receives and considers the reports of the Zionist executive and of the institutions of the World Zionist Organization. The Congress receives and resolves upon the report of the comptroller. The Zionist in its committees deliberates proposals brought before the Congress by the Congress, delegates of the Zionist General Council, the members of the Congress Presidium, the Zionist Executive, and the Zionist Federations. The conclusions of the committees are put to the vote in the plenary of the Congress. The Congress draws up the policy of the World Zionist Organization, including the financial policy. The composition of the Congress, the number of delegates to Congress, apart from those elected on world election lists and those representing international bodies, will not exceed 500. In pursuance of Section 2 of the same article, the Zionist General Council may resolve not later than 1 year before Congress meets to increase this number by not more than 5%. In pursuance of Section 3 therein, the number of delegates to Congress will be allocated in the following proportion. Are you ready? Israel, 38%. United States of America, 29%. Other countries of the diaspora, 33%. So, of the World Zionist Organization, Israel and the United States makes up 67%. Let me say that again. 67% of the delegates belonging to the World Zionist Organization come from Israel and the United States. The remaining 33% is for our other countries of the diaspora.
Wow, that's lopsided if I ever heard it.
So if you would like to the Jewish organizations, international Jewish organizations that are represented in the Zionist Congress, right, provided that they accept the Jerusalem program. Listen to this. So, and they just tell you who they are. So listen to what it says. It says the international Jewish organizations since the 28th Zionist Congress in 1972. The international Jewish organizations have been represented in the Zionist Congress, provided that they accept the Jerusalem program. So give me a second, and I will tell you what the Jerusalem program is. So the Jerusalem program is the official platform of the World Zionist Organization and the Zionist movement. Zionism, and I'm reading straight from their website, Zionism, the national liberation movement of the Jewish people, brought about the establishment of the State of Israel and views a Jewish, Zionist, democratic, and secure State of Israel to be the expression of the common responsibility of the Jewish people for its continuity and continuity and future. So they're very telling you, they're clearly outlining for you an apartheid state. Because they said it. I didn't say it, they said it. Okay? And here's what they tell you are the foundations of Zionism. You ready? The foundations of Zionism are, quote, the unity of the Jewish people, its bond to its historic homeland, Eretz Yisrael, and the centrality of the state of Israel and Jerusalem, its capital, in the life of the nation. Aliyah to Israel from all countries, and the effective integration of all immigrants into Israeli society. Strengthening Israel as a Jewish, Zionist, democratic state, and shaping it as an exemplary society with a unique moral and spiritual character marked by mutual respect for the multifaceted Jewish people, rooted in the vision of the prophets, striving for peace and contributing to the betterment of the world. Ensuring the future and the distinctiveness of the Jewish people by furthering Jewish, Hebrew, and Zionist education, fostering spiritual and cultural values, and teaching Hebrew as the national language. Nurturing mutual Jewish responsibility, defending the rights of Jews as individuals and as a nation, representing the national Zionist interests of the Jewish people, and struggling against all manifestations of anti-Semitism. And then lastly, settling the country as an expression of practical Zionism. That is their definition of what the foundations of Zionism are. So if international Jewish organizations accept this program, then they are represented by the World Zionist Organization. And it's even if not all of their members are declared Zionists. It says in parentheses, unlike the world unions in which every member must be a declared Zionist. These bodies have limited voting rights. They do not vote on matters of candidature and elections to the institutions of the WZO. And they list them. Okay. Zionist organizations with special status. There are 2 women's organizations which have special status in the Zionist organization. WIZO, which is an international non-party Zionist body, which receives global representation by virtue of an agreement entered into in 1964. What website is AI, Leah? You mean they made it with AI? What? Help me. This is not my definition, Elizabeth. I'm reading from the WZO's website, not mine. Oops. So, Elizabeth, why don't you join the panel? Okay, so when I'm reading from the World Zionist Organization website, right, and I'm outlining what their definition of their organization is and what their foundations are, right? Why do you think that that's my definition?
I didn't say it was your definition, but I'm saying like.
But you did.
Oh, you guys. Yeah, okay, let me say it very short. Like before I ever came on this panel, like a couple of years ago, before the 7th of October.
You didn't come on my panel 2 years ago. I wasn't on this app before the 7th of October.
Okay, but I was. But
yeah, but you said, hold on, you said before you came on this panel. You didn't come on this panel.
No, I mean this app.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So what I mean is that this a label that you guys started, just created from I don't know where. It doesn't. The Jews doesn't agree with it. I mean, all the Jewish people, all the panels I've been on, there's not one single of them agreeing with you guys. Okay, you can find something and you can read it up. But if the people doesn't agree with this label, what you going to do about it? You can't just label them because you think that, or you guys think that, or whatever website, and they don't feel like this.
Okay, so
what about that?
Let me ask you a question, because first of all, who is you guys and what label are you referring to?
Okay, mostly we are divided in two. It's either for Israel and the Jewish people, or you are against.
No,
what it is,
no,
basically.
ma'am, no, ma'am.
Yeah,
so let me be clear.
You're trying,
so
you're
no,
trying to convince
nope,
me otherwise. But
nope, nope, and nope. So first, what would be wise is if you come in this space and you speak to me, don't tell me what I believe or what I say based on whatever you've experienced anywhere else. Okay. So the category for me is for or against, right? The state of Israel, the government of Israel, and the crimes that Israel is committing. It has zero to do with Jewish people. Just to be clear. You can come off mute now.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say, after these years being on this app, what I find is that you guys love to label us as like Zionists. We are the worst, and we are the ones that are, want to unalive the Palestinians. This is all this narrative. It doesn't fit. I'm going to tell you one thing. Before I ever heard about this thing that you guys are calling us Zionists, you know what? I thought it was a beautiful thing. It was absolutely nothing bad. First of all, Zion. Do you know what this Zion in Jerusalem? What it is?
So
do you know what
Elizabeth,
Zion is?
Elizabeth,
it's a mountain.
Elizabeth, I know what Zion is. Hold on, please don't talk over me. Listen, okay? I want to be clear. The reason you and I are not going to have a productive conversation is because you keep saying you guys. And you don't know me, right? So, no, ma'am. The only thing that you heard me do,
as much as
please don't talk over me. I'm finishing a sentence. I'm finishing a sentence. I'm finishing a sentence. The only thing that you heard was me reading from the World Zionist Congress website as to what their Congress is, who comprises their Congress, how their Congress works, and how they define the foundation of their Zionist organization. That is all you've heard. You have not heard my personal feelings about anything. What you've heard me do in this live is read their website and what they state about their Zionist World Congress. That's it. So if you want to talk about that, then we can do that. But this whole you guys and all you do and you guys this is horseshit, because I'm not you guys. I'm one individual that hasn't said any of the things that you have stated.
Okay, but since I came on this app here on
I don't give a fuck about the app, Elizabeth. Talk about me here in this room. What I'm reading here.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay.
So since I came on the panel, or in the live, in the chat, everybody is saying, she's a Zio. So if you don't want me to label you, as I say, you guys, why do you label me?
So my understanding, and I can't speak for them because I didn't call you a Zio. Okay. My understanding is I'm going to finish answering the question.
And it's a good
So what I believe is that other people are familiar with you. I am not. And based on how they've seen you in other spaces, they believe that you are a Zionist.
Yeah, but I am. But
so then why are you mad? Because they said you're a Zionist.
But the definition of a Zionist is completely wrong. So
what would you say your definition of a Zionist is? What is it?
That's a very beautiful question.
I'm glad you think so.
Yeah. First of all, I'm a Christian, and I believe in the Bible. I believe that God blessed Israel. God blessed, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and God promised through Abraham and Jacob's seed that they would inherit the land, and this land was given to them. This is just like, it is like basics. It's a good thing. It means that God is alive. He proves that he is alive, actually. When this land, actually, they came back after 2,000 years. This is also one thing that the Christians believed long before, like 100 years before, or more. Not just 100 years, but
are you referring to the Schofield Bible?
No, it doesn't matter what kind of Bible.
It does matter. It does matter because different Bibles say different things.
It's a Hebrew Bible. Every Bible can.
But the Bible does matter. The Bible does matter because it
could be a Hebrew Bible. It doesn't matter.
But it does matter because let me ask you this, Elizabeth. Can you tell me how many denominations there are in the Christian faith?
Do you know how many denominations it is in the Islam?
You said you're a Christian.
Religion?
You said you're a Christian.
I don't care either.
Okay,
I believe in the Bible.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
Okay?
But here's what we know. Here's what we know to be true. Okay, is that Christians don't all believe the same thing about the Bible.
Yeah, but the same with Muslims.
I'm not talking about Muslims. You said you're a Christian Zionist.
You have different Muslims.
You said.
So why are you using this against me?
Listen.
Why?
Here's the question. You said, I am a Christian Zionist. And you went on to tell me what you believe about the Bible. And the point is that there are tens of thousands of denominations within Christianity. And
I'm talking about myself.
Stop interrupting me. Don't interrupt me. I'm not playing with you, Elizabeth. Don't come on my panel and be rude. I am finishing my sentence.
All right, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead then.
So the discussion, yes, baby. Yes. So you said you are a Christian Zionist. And then you went on to say what you believe about what the Bible says. And my thing is this. There are tens of thousands of Christian denominations. They do not all believe the same thing about that Bible. They don't, period. They believe different things about what the Bible says, right? And Christians don't worship God. Christians worship Jesus Christ, and that is how they get to God. That's why it's called Christianity, right? So the belief, right, is that the way to salvation isn't through God. The way to salvation is through Jesus Christ. And what Jesus Christ said is there's no difference. Jesus Christ in the New Testament, it says very clearly there's no difference between Jew and Gentile. They are the same.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the Zionism?
Because you said you're a Christian. So which
Yeah,
which one is more important? So here's my question, Elizabeth. My question is, which one is more important to you, your Christianity or your Zionism?
Why are you labeling me? Putting me, trying to.
I didn't label you. You labeled yourself. You said to me, you're a Zionist. You said you're a Zionist. You said you're a Christian.
Yeah, but you've been.
So I didn't label you. You labeled yourself.
Yeah, but what is a Christian? According to you, do you think that you know everything about them? Do you know? Do you think?
So, well, so do you know what Christianity means?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it? What is it?
Yeah, let me tell you. We believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Simple as that. We believe in the Old Testament. We believe in the promises.
But you believe that.
The prophecies.
But you believe
No.
Because
you are cutting me off now, right?
I
In the
am.
middle of my sentence.
I am because I want to go back to something that you just said.
You have to.
I am.
Wait until I'm finished.
I am because of something that you just said. So Christianity, you believe that Jesus is the Messiah, right? So what do Christians believe about what did Jesus say about the old law?
He has fulfilled it because we are not able to fulfill it. That's why he came.
So the old laws have passed away, correct?
No, it's not passed away. He has fulfilled it. He said he didn't come to take it away. He came to fulfill it. If you read it in Matthew, actually. So this is what Jesus did. He fulfilled it because he did not sin. And he came as the sacrifice, as described in the Old Testament, as you also can see in Isaiah 53. But when we're talking about why I'm a Zionist, it means that I believe in the prophecies in the Old Testament. Then also Jesus says himself that he will come back to Jerusalem when Jerusalem and Israel will turn to him and say, welcome to the one that comes in the name of the Lord, which is the Messiah. So you can see it in Zechariah. They're gonna turn to him, and then they're gonna pray to him. In Zechariah 12:10, you can see it clearly. And in chapter 13, it says, on that day there will be a fountain to salvation and forgiveness of sins for Israel and Zion. And Zion,
Okay.
the city of David.
So again,
this is what I believe.
I hear you.
Okay.
And Jesus clearly says there's no difference between Jew and Gentile. God has no favorites.
That was
God
actually
has
Paul. That was actually
So
Paul.
here's my thing. So do you believe the Bible is the inspired word of God, or you don't?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So the Bible says what? There's no difference between Jew and Gentile?
Yeah, but also that Jesus come, and he says that he will come. He will not. He says it like this. And he says that how many times I wanted to gather you. It says to Jerusalem, praying for Jerusalem. And how many times I wanted to gather
What
you
is wrong?
like a hen gathers the chicken under her
Come here.
wings.
Stop.
But you wouldn't.
Come here.
But then he says,
Elizabeth,
in the
one
same
moment.
sentence,
My granddaughter
but
fell.
I will come.
Elizabeth, wait.
Yeah.
My granddaughter
Sorry.
fell. Hey,
Yeah.
you okay? Okay. You slipped. What'd you hit?
I just fell on the floor.
Okay. Are you hurt? Do you have a boo-boo? Let me see.
My finger just hurt.
Your finger just hurt because of the way you fell? Okay. You look okay. Okay. Ask Dominic if he asks Mommy if she's off, okay? Okay, I'm back. So here's the thing.
Sorry.
So let me just say this. The issue that I have is when you join this panel, you made a claim about my definition of Zionism, and I don't have a definition. I'm going off of what the World Zionist Congress says that it is. Right? So if those are the individuals that have founded and established Zionism, if those are the individuals that actually hold a Congress and have people that are appointed and elected and serve, and they represent organizations, and they lay out their foundation as to what is Zionism for the Zionist World Congress, including the Zionist Federation and all of those things, right? That is not my opinion of what Zionism is. That is their opinion of what Zion. Now, you might have your own personal interpretation that you choose to live by. That's on you. But that does not negate the fact that the World Zionist Congress and the Zionist Organization and the Zionist Federation has their own ideology as to what that is. Let me ask you this. Have you read Theodore Herzl's diaries on Zionism and the creation of it or not, or no?
Well, I have read some. I can't remember exactly what I read about it, but when it comes to Zionism, it means that you believe that the Jewish people have a right to come back to their homeland.
No, ma'am, that's not what it says.
The prophecies.
That's not.
To the prophecies.
Okay, so that's what you believe.
No, this is what every Jew I talk with believes.
No, ma'am, and you're not a Jew.
No, ma'am.
No,
what do you
no,
mean?
You're not a Jew.
Can you point out a Jew that don't believe that in Israel?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
I've literally talked to them, but listen. Here's the point. Listen, here's the
How
thing.
many percent do you
So
believe
Elizabeth, I have read to you literally exactly what it is, right? And what's wild to me is that you say you're a Christian and a Zionist. So let me ask you, what happens, just question, after Jesus comes back, what happens to the Jews?
Yes, that's a very good question. Thank you for that. Well, according to the scripture,
Mhm.
and this is not what I think, or I'm just taking it like from out of the air. It says clearly in Zechariah, as I read. First of all, it says in
So you're in the
Zechariah-
Old Testament now?
Yeah, the Old Testament, yeah. Because also Jesus is also always pointing to the Old Testament. He even points and takes Isaiah and reads about himself. And he says, in the synagogue of Nazareth, he says, this scripture has now been fulfilled as you are hearing, listening.
What does the Bible say in the New Testament?
It says, first of all, you have to go to the Old Testament because you cannot just make it up in the Old Testament, in the New Testament. You have to find it, the basics, the promises. And when it says that Jesus, they will look up to me who they have pierced.
Okay,
and we
so
know that, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna land that so you understand where I get it
yeah.
from.
So
Okay?
here's my thing: is you
So-
keep going back to the Old Testament,
Yeah, of course.
right? But
This
you
is
do
what
know,
we
you do know,
always
you do know that Jesus. Okay, so listen.
Jesus
With
was
Jesus
using the Old Testament.
comes a new covenant, and the old covenant no longer exists. When Jesus comes, we now live under grace. We do not live under the laws of the Old Testament. If we did, we would not have football in the United States of America, and people would not be eating shellfish and shrimp. It's
Yeah,
not a
but I
thing.
think that
As a matter of fact, everybody would be walking around naked because you would not have mixed blended clothes, beloved. With
Yeah, but I think
Jesus
that you-
comes the
you
end
maybe are
of the
misunderstood when it comes to
old.
Christianity.
No, ma'am, I'm not misunderstood.
Yeah, because
No, I'm
you
not.
cannot
And the
believe
idea
in
that
the
you
Old
think that you can
Testament
tell me about
without
Christian, do you
the
understand?
Old-
You don't even know
without
who you're
the
talking
Old-
to.
Yeah, but listen, please. I am.
I'm not
Christian,
listening.
okay?
I'm not.
Yeah,
And the
but
reason
listen,
though I am telling you
I
that.
cannot be a Christian if I don't believe in the Old Testament. It's impossible.
Really? Because
No.
Romans 10, 9 and 10 says different.
No.
What
no,
does the
it
Bible
doesn't.
tell you is necessary for salvation?
Okay. So
What does the
listen.
Bible say? No, ma'am. We're going to stop right there.
Bible says-
What does the Bible say is necessary?
First of all, Jesus is pointing to the Old Testament so we can see that what he is saying is
No,
is
ma'am.
written
I
in the
asked
Old
you a
Testament.
question. No,
If
no,
it's not, I
Elizabeth.
cannot
Elizabeth,
be
no,
sure
you're either going to answer
about
this
the New
question or we're going to be done.
Testament.
I'm going to ask you for the last time. What is the only thing required, according to the Bible, to be saved and to be a Christian? What is the only thing required?
You mean the Bible? You mean the whole? We are talking the Bible. That's the Old Testament.
What
and
does
New
the Bible say is the
Bible
only
says-
thing required to be saved and to be a Christian?
That is receive Jesus the Messiah. That is true. But also for them.
No,
those
not
that
but
has
also,
heard,
no,
I'll
ma'am.
come to that.
Here's what it says, and I'm gonna help you. So it's Romans 10 verses 9 and 10, most commonly known as the salvation scriptures, right? If you declare with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. For it is with your heart that you believe and are justified, and it is with your mouth that you profess your faith and are saved. There is no mention of needing to believe in the Old Testament for anything else. That's
You
scripture.
cannot believe in the New Testament if you haven't seen what is written in the
Oh,
Old
but you
Testament.
can. It very clearly. Tell me where the Bible says anything different.
Yes,
Give
I will tell you.
give me a scriptural reference for what your claim is.
Okay, I will try to find it. It's in Acts. It says that when they were preaching the gospel, when the apostles were preaching the gospel, they said to the people, to the Jews, go home and read the scriptures if it's right what we are saying. This is what they did all over.
It doesn't
And
say
this
that's
is
what's
before-
required. It doesn't say that that's what's
Because the New
required.
Testament-
That's
Listen,
not what
the
it
New
says.
Testament, the New Testament was not written
Oh,
when
dear
the
God in
apostles
heaven.
started to go around and preach the gospel.
So I'm going to be
didn't
very.
exist. Not before years later. So what did they point to? The Old Testament that was going to prove that Jesus was the Messiah. This is how you really probably don't understand.
No, you clearly
You
don't
cannot
know
say,
the Bible.
"No, this is
You clearly
Christianity."
don't know the Bible. Yes, she's a Christian
This is
Zionist.
I know the Bible.
No, you
I
don't.
know what the apostles
Share with
did.
me
They did
again.
this, and
Again,
they
tell
pointed
me
to
where
the
Jesus.
Old Testament.
Tell me where the Old Testament is necessary to be a Christian.
Because you have to know if it's the truth.
No, ma'am, that's not what I know. Show me where the New Testament says that.
Because if somebody says to me, you need to believe in Jesus, and I would say, oh yeah, really? Why? Then they point to the Old Testament and show me from the Old Testament that Jesus is the Messiah.
But
this is how it works.
No.
Yes, it is. This is how Christianity works.
No, it's not. It might be how yours Christian Zionism works. Again, show me where that is in the Bible.
See, you are not
show me that in the Bible. Show me that in the Bible, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So then we have to go to Acts. First of all, we can see what they did. Okay, I can see it. I can see in Luke. Let me see. I'm going to find it in Luke. Just a second. Just a second. You know, when Jesus raised from the dead, he was walking, and then there was some people that was talking about what happened in Jerusalem, and he joined them, and he was listening to them. They didn't recognize him, and then they started to ask him, "Did you know what happened here?" And Jesus didn't answer, and they started to explain what happened about the crucifixion of Jesus and the apostles saying that he rose. And you know what Jesus did? He started to tell them about the Old Testament.
Listen, I didn't ask
that the Messiah had to die and be raised up from the dead. This is what Jesus did. And I'm going to find
Elizabeth.
I'm going to find this.
Luke is the New Testament. And listen.
This is in the New Testament.
Listen, Elizabeth. I'm asking you specifically to show me where it says that a belief in the Old Testament is required to be saved.
I cannot believe in Jesus if I don't believe in the Old Testament.
That's not true. I know. I know.
This is true.
No, it's not.
Because then I believe in something I cannot.
No, it's not. So listen, I'm going to tell you. Here's all that it says. Why do you think you know better than what the Bible says? Literally, this is what the Bible says. The Bible says clearly, if you declare with your mouth, Jesus is Lord, and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved.
Yeah,
for it is with your heart that you believe and justified, not with the Old Testament. It is not with the Old Testament. It is with your heart. It is not with the Old Testament.
That is what I would call blind truth.
That is called faith. Kind of a tenet of Christianity.
That is blind. You need
faith is blind. What's wrong with you? Tell me what is faith. So what does the Bible say faith is? What does the Bible say faith is? Faith is what? The substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things unseen.
So
it's literally all blind, Elizabeth.
Should I believe in Muhammad now then?
Elizabeth, why do you keep bringing up Islam? We're not talking about Islam.
No,
no, ma'am. Let me just be clear. I'm going to tell you what you're not going to do in my life. You are a Christian Zionist. We will talk about Christianity and Zionism. You will not bring up Islam because that is not relevant to this conversation at all. And I've made myself clear, and that's the last time I'm saying it. So make sure that you comprehend what I just said to you. It is going to be Christianity. It is going to be Zionism. We are not having a conversation about Islam because it's not part of this conversation. Just saying so that we're clear. Fuck if I know, funny face. You know I don't remember these people. So the Bible literally says, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things unseen. I don't care if you read the Bible. You can read the Old Testament the same way you read Harry Potter. That doesn't mean you know it to be true. It is all based on faith, which is all blind, which is all unseen. And blind faith in the Old Testament is not required for blind faith in the resurrection of Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ is Lord. And nowhere in the Bible does it say that it is so.
Okay, so do you have a Bible?
I have quite a few. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you find Luke 24? And then you can read, if you read from verse, go from verse 41. And then you can read it down to 47 or something. Yeah, 47 or 46. Luke 24, verse 41 to 46. Can you read it?
So again, let me just share this with you. Okay. So you're talking about Jesus coming back from the dead, correct?
Yeah, I mean 39. If you read it 39, then you get the concept. Because
Yes,
I'm trying to say that Jesus always referred to the Old Testament about himself.
I don't care
Always.
if he refers to the Old Testament about himself.
That is so important.
I don't. No, it's not. And the
Because
reason
that's
why.
the
So
proof
let me
that
just
he
be
is the
clear.
Messiah.
So listen, but people don't need proof. The disciples needed proof.
Of course.
The disciples may have needed proof because they were there in that moment. That is not what is required to be a Christian today.
That is required.
It is not required. Show me a Bible verse that says it's required. Show me.
Listen.
No, not listen. Show
Okay,
me.
just read it. Can
Give
you just
me
read
a
it?
scripture.
Are you scared to read it?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, 24,
And none of it
read
says,
from 39,
and none
read
of
from
it
39 to
says,
46.
and none of it says, this is what's required.
Just read it. And let's see.
Okay, let's see. Here we go.
Okay.
Look at my hands and my feet. It is I myself. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones, as you see I have. When he had said this, he showed them his hands and his feet. And while they still not believed because of joy and amazement, that's important. Why didn't they believe? Because of joy and amazement, he said, do you have anything here to eat? They gave him a piece of broiled fish, and he took it and he ate it in the presence. And he said to them, this is what I told you while I was still with you. Everything must be fulfilled that is written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms. And then he opened their minds so that they could understand. And he told them, this is what is written. The Messiah will suffer. Show me where it says that that's required.
Did you know what you just read now?
I know what the fuck I read. I said to you, show me where it says this is what's required.
It says that he's referring to the scripture.
It doesn't say the scriptures are required.
But listen, why do you refer to the scriptures?
Well, I'll be
That's
damned.
proof.
The same
It's
reason he.
proof
No, it wasn't.
that it says
Listen, no.
in the Old
The
Testament
proof
that
was
he
his
died
flesh and
and
bones.
resurrected again.
Elizabeth, the proof was his flesh and bones. The
Yeah,
proof was
because
his
he
flesh
was
and
alive.
bones sitting amongst them.
Yeah, he was not.
And so
human.
here's
He
the
was
difference.
flesh and bone.
You want something
Resurrected.
that fits your narrative.
Resurrected, flesh
You
and
want
bones.
something.
That's amazing.
You want
Miracle.
something that fits your narrative. I can read for you the scripture. Romans 10. Oh, you left again. Got it. That's what I thought. There is nothing in the Bible that says you need to believe in the Old Testament. There's nothing in the Bible that says to be a Christian you need anything else. Romans 10 verses 9 and 10 is very clear. All you need is to believe that Jesus is Lord, believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead. That's it. And confess with your mouth. That's it. That's all that is necessary, folks, to be a Christian. The problem with people like Elizabeth is her Zionism is, oh, you accidentally dropped here. I'll bring you back. So, Elizabeth, this is my question to you. Which is more important to you, your Zionism or your Christianity?
That is, you cannot separate it.
You can. I know
No, you
millions.
can't.
Listen, there are millions of Christians that are not Zionists. You can separate them.
I can't separate it.
Well,
I'm
that's
sorry.
you.
Jesus is
That's
Jewish.
you. So to
Jesus
you, they are
is Jewish.
equal.
He loves his
Jewish.
people.
Yeah, Jesus was a Jewish Palestinian. Yes, ma'am.
No, he's not a Palestinian.
Yes,
He's
ma'am.
Jewish.
No, ma'am.
He's
Jewish Palestinian. Yes. But so Elizabeth, the question that I'm asking you, Elizabeth, this is not difficult. This is not difficult. This is not difficult, Elizabeth. Which one is more important to you? Your Zionism or your Christianity? Which one?
I'm saying you cannot separate it.
Show me in the Bible where it says you need to be a Zionist. Show me in your Christian Bible. Show me in your Christian Bible where it says Christians need to be Zionists.
Where does it say I don't have to be a Zionist?
Show me where it says you do.
Where does it say I don't
Because you said you can't separate it. So that means it would be in the Bible. So listen, no ma'am. If you say we need this Old Testament and New Testament and it's all got to go together and you can't separate it, then I want you to show me Zionism in your Bible. I want you to show me where in your Bible it says you must be a Zionist.
You're trying hard now. Huh?
No, I'm not. I'm asking you a question that you can't answer. That's why you're laughing, because you're uncomfortable.
It came in when I became a Christian, when I heard about the gospel in Jesus. That was a natural thing. Of course.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
How do you know? Were you there when I heard the gospel?
Hold on, AJ. I got it. No. Yeah, the laugh is uncomfortable.
You say it's not.
Yeah, because it's not.
Are you lying now? And you?
No, I know. Listen.
I didn't hear that?
No, listen. I grew up neck deep in church. Zionism is not a natural.
Listen, this is very.
Zionism is not a natural thing. No, it's not.
You are trying desperately.
No, it's not.
To divide it.
No, you are very uncomfortable because you know that Zionism is not in the Bible. You know that Zionism is not in the Bible. And that's what you don't like.
Absolutely.
No, that's what you don't like. You will not find your political movement. You will not find your political movement of Zionism in the Bible.
Zionism is just the belief that God will take his people back to their own country.
No, it's not.
This is what Zionism is.
And Ashkenazi Jews are not back in their country.
Listen, Jesus.
Ashkenazi Jews are not back in their own country because you're not indigenous to that land. Ashkenazi Jews are not indigenous to that land.
That's your narrative. That's just something new.
No, that's not my narrative. That's the facts.
This is something that you just pulled out of your hat.
No, I didn't pull it out of my hat. No, that's the fact.
On TikTok.
So tell me this. So here's what I want you to do. Elizabeth, can you look up Elizabeth, can you look up the Havara agreement for me? Elizabeth, can you look up the Havara agreement for me?
No, I can't.
Oh, come on. I looked up your Bible scriptures for you.
I will go to the Bible, and when it says that Jesus...
Nope. Listen, now you're being disingenuous. Are you scared? Are you scared, Elizabeth, to look up the Havara agreement? Because I looked up your scriptures for you. Are you scared, Elizabeth?
No,
are you scared to look up the Havara agreement? Are you scared to look up the Havara agreement? You're scared, right? I got you. So here's what I will do. So you're on mute and stay there for a moment. I'm going to show you all. So let me share with you all. How many of you all don't speak over me, Elizabeth? I'm not playing with you. Put yourself back on mute, please. Thank you. So how many of you all are familiar with the Havara Agreement of 1933? I'll share it with you. So the Havara Agreement was signed in Schmalzi, Germany. And it was a document signed between the Zionist Federation of Germany and the Jewish Agency. And it allowed German Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, immigrating to Palestine to salvage a portion of their assets by using them to purchase German exported goods shipped to Palestine. It was a capital transfer. So literally, the Jewish Agency and the Zionist Federation met with the Schmatzis in Germany, and they signed an agreement that allowed the Ashkenazi German Jews being taken to Palestine to salvage a portion of their assets. It is a historical document. Look it up. You can even find it at the Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. You can find it there. So when I say that the Ashkenazi Jews, the European Jews that established Israel are not indigenous to the land, I'm saying it based on accurate historical facts and documents that can be proven, not how I fucking feel or my inaccurate interpretation of Christianity and Zionism. Just for, I don't know, shits and giggles, how many of the folks that are in the chat that are Christians are not Zionists? If you are a Christian but not a Zionist, give me a 1 in the chat. Because Elizabeth doesn't think the two can be separated. But if you're a Christian but not a Zionist, look at all them ones. Wow, look at that. It's a lot of ones. It looks like there's a lot of people that can separate Christianity and Zionism. Elizabeth, have you pulled up the Havara agreement yet?
I'm pulling up the Bible.
So this not the Havara. Okay, so here's what we'll do. Here's what I'll do. I'm gonna put you. So here's what I'm gonna do is I'll put you back on mute, and you can pull up the Havara agreement, or you can find me a scripture in the Bible where it says to be a Christian you must be a Zionist. You can give me one of those two things. Other than that, I'm not listening to you regurgitate the same thing that we already know not to be accurate.
All the prophets are saying that he will bring.
I didn't ask you. No, ma'am.
You don't believe it.
Ma'am,
okay.
Did you hear what I said?
No, it's okay.
Did you hear what I said?
You guys can talk to yourself.
Did you hear what I said? Right, because European Jews are not back in their own land. If they were back in their own land, they'd be back in Germany and Russia. If they were back in their own land. So Ashkenazi Jews are not back in their own land in Israel.
That's right.
Period. They're not.
She got you.
And I literally just showed you the historical document that shows that.
If you read Zechariah 8:7,
no, ma'am.
You will see.
No, ma'am. And if you read the Havara agreement, no, ma'am.
They have been driven to, and he will gather them back.
So if you want to have a conversation, Elizabeth, okay, we can do that. But I'm not going to listen to you go back and read Zechariah. Because what I've already what I've already told you, you don't know what I believe in.
You don't believe in the Bible.
You don't know what I believe in.
No, you don't.
You don't know what I believe in. AJ, I got it. You don't know what I believe in. Do you? You don't know what I believe in. I know more about that. I know more about the Bible than you do. No, you're not. No, you're not. Show me in the Bible where it says that Zionism is a condition of your salvation.
Now, you know what? It says here, if we could read it together, it says that. So says the Lord. Yeah, I have to have it in English, but if you have it there, you can find it in 8. Zechariah 8.
No, ma'am. So let me tell you what doesn't happen. I don't pull up anything you ask me to because you didn't pull up the one thing I asked you to. No, ma'am. I gave you the respect of pulling up the verses and reading the verses that you asked me to read. You refused to pull up the Havara agreement, so I'm not pulling up a damn thing that you asked me to. Nothing, nada, zilch. Nothing, nada, zilch.
That's what I do.
Nothing. No, you're not.
No, but that's what
No,
I do.
you're not.
Okay.
Listen,
No,
it's really clear. It's really, listen, I will judge you by your fruit. That's what I will do. I will judge you by your fruit. Because that's what the Bible says. In case you don't know, that's in Galatians 5. You can start at verse 22. I will know you by your fruit, beloved.
Yeah.
And I do. And I do. And I do.
You are so
And I do.
jealous of the
Nope.
Jews
See, and there
that
you go.
cannot
You guys.
hold
Who's
yourself
you guys?
from
Who's you
lying
guys?
and
Who's you
stealing.
guys?
And
Exactly.
this
So
is the
listen, again, I'm not doing that.
She said you're jealous of the
I
Jews.
got AG. I got her.
She's a Christian.
Oh, listen,
jealous of the Jews.
when did have I talked about
Basically
Jewish
what
people?
You guys are.
Who's
You're
you
jealous
guys?
of the Jews.
Who's you guys?
I'm telling you, all the profiles, all
Who's
the
you
that hate
guys?
Israel. You hate Israel.
Who's
hate
you
the
guys?
Bible, you hate Jesus.
So first of all, I'm going to tell you really clearly, and I'm going to say it in really like slow English. Shut the fuck up. Because what you don't do is tell me what I believe and what I don't believe. And you better put your ass back on mute. Put yourself back on mute. Put yourself back on mute with your disrespectful. Put yourself back on mute with your disrespectful ass. You don't tell me what I believe. Ever. I didn't tell you what you believe. You told me what you believed. You told me what you believed. And I believed you based on what you believed. I also was able to show you that what you believe is not according to the word of God. You keep, put yourself back on mute. I'm not done talking.
He was referring to the old.
Don't take yourself off mute. And I mean it.
Did you say
I said,
it's not.
I'm not kidding, Elizabeth. You are disrespectful as fuck. Don't take yourself off mute.
Why are you? Why do you say that? You are lying, and this is what you do. But it's
because I told you not to do it.
because
Because I told you not to do it.
you want to dictate.
I said, be respectful in this space. So let me tell you what I haven't done to you the entire time. I didn't tell you what you believe. You said to me, I'm a Zionist. You said to me, I'm a Christian. Based on what you said to me, I asked you questions. And I asked you to show me where what you believe is in the book that you're supposed to use to guide your life, right? You could not do that. When you ask me about scriptures, I pulled it up. I even read the scriptures that you asked me to read that still did not say the thing that you thought that it would say. It's not there. When I asked you to pull up one agreement for me, you refused to do so. Right? And then here's what I haven't. Do you know what's so wild? Listen to the difference between you and I. My conversation with you has been solely about you and me asking you questions about your belief in your faith. I have not told you what you believe. I have asked you questions about what you believe. I have not said you guys. I have not said all Zionists. I have not said Christian Zionists. I have not grouped you in with any other people. I have had a conversation with Elizabeth about Elizabeth based on what Elizabeth has represented in this space. What you continue to do is say, you guys, you pro-pallies, you this. And then you're going to tell me what I believe. You're going to tell me I don't believe in Jesus. You're going to tell me I don't believe in this and I'm jealous of Jews. Do you understand it? That's not very Christian of you, Elizabeth. Your fruit is rotten to the core and it reeks. It reeks. And I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Okay, so
I'm still talking. And that is the difference between you and I. Is I'm not having a conversation rooted in bigotry based on who you are or who other people are that share your same labels. Nope. I've had a conversation singularly about Elizabeth. You, it's your language that is you guys and pro-pallies and you this and you that. None of that is how Jesus would have you act. None of it. None of it is demonstrating Christ-like behaviors and attitudes. None of it. It is a horrible representation of who Jesus Christ would have us be and how we would show up in this world. Period. And maybe that's because what I believe about Christianity is to be Christ-like. That's what I know about Christianity. is to be like and to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Can I?
And
can I
no,
give
you
a
can't.
comment
When
to
I
this?
finish, you can.
Okay, so how long are you going to?
As long as I want to be, because you continue to interrupt me. And the more you interrupt, the more I will keep talking. That's the way that it will happen. The more you interrupt me, the longer I will talk. Because you have been the epitome of disrespect.
You can believe
The
whatever
absolute
you want.
epitome of
Okay,
disrespect.
talk to yourself.
The
Bye.
epitome of disrespect. You don't like it because you misrepresent Jesus Christ.
Every accusation.
It will be you that causes other people to stumble, and it will be you that is held accountable. It will be you that is held accountable for misrepresenting the teachings of Jesus Christ. And every foot that you cause to stumble will be placed upon your shoulders. You will be held accountable, not them, you. And it is crazy work to ever open your mouth to somebody that you don't know and say, you don't believe in Jesus Christ. You have no clue what I know about Jesus. Jesus and I are like this, by the way.
Amen.
We are like this. What I also know is that there's absolutely no way in heaven or hell that Jesus Christ would choose the state, the government, political state of Israel that is committing a genocide and war crimes against the Middle East and Palestine and in Lebanon and in Syria as his representation of his people. Absolutely not.
Amen.
Absolutely not. And you will never convince me of it, ever, in any way, shape, or form. You got to be, it's just crazy work. And the fact that all you could do was attack me personally tells me there is something in you that knows that there's a difference. And the fact that you can't choose Jesus Christ over Zionism is fucking wild. Right? You might want to find that thou shalt put no other gods or ideology before me. You might want to take a little lesson about that. Sorry over here. I know that it got a little whatever.
Well done, Dani. Don't let her trigger you. Well done.
No, I'm not triggered.
I love the way you use the Bible against her.
It's not
She kept trying to.
But so, and my thing is, AJ, so here's the thing. If someone tells me that they're a Christian and it is because they are a Christian that they support what is happening in Israel, that I'm going to meet you with the thing that you say is your ideology, right? And it's not difficult. It's not difficult. And I'm not using the Bible against her. I am simply holding her accountable to the faith she says that she practices. If you identify as a Christian, then I'm going to hold you accountable to the things that Christianity is supposed to be, period. I didn't label her. She literally said, I'm a Zionist and I'm a Christian. Okay, girl, you told me who you are. I believe you. So now we're going to talk to you about that. And I'm going to hold you accountable based on what you said. What, baby? Yes. And it's just that simple. And I don't know. And some of y'all are saying she's been here before. I don't remember her ass. Y'all know I don't listen. When people like that come here, I just like at the end of this day, I won't remember her ass again. Some of y'all are like, she was here before. I don't remember. Because she's just not that important.
No, she's not. And she did, while you were talking to her and trying to reason with her, she admitted that she was a Jew.
She said, I don't know what she is.
Mean, she actually admitted it. I mean, you were giving her a nice tongue lashing, but she actually went berserk and admitted that she was Jewish.
It doesn't matter to me whether she's Jewish, whether she's Christian, whether she's whatever. What I do know is that she's a Zionist. And that's based on what she says, right? And so for me, it went similar to last time. I got it. See, y'all remember. I don't remember these people. I don't remember them. And the reason why I don't is because I really don't take this personal. The thing that made me, the thing that irritated me was when she started you don't believe in the Bible, you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe in that. And I thought, the absolute caucasity for you to open your mouth and tell me what I believe is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Tell me where in scripture it ever said to you that you will be able to tell somebody what they do or don't believe. I can't judge your salvation ever. All I can do is judge you by your fruit. And by your fruit, know you. And by her fruit, I know her. That's it. And it was all in her language. Folks, when you are talking to people, if all they keep saying is you guys and y'all and you people and whatever, and they keep grouping you together with other people, that is not a sincere conversation. That is someone who is a bigot. They have a bigoted view of you based on whatever their personal belief systems are. And that has nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Right? Here's what and I've said this before, and I will say it again. Give me a second. This probably is one of my favorite scriptures and sections of scriptures in the Bible. Most people want to say, oh, well, the Bible says you're not supposed to judge. That's not what the Bible says. Did y'all know that? The Bible doesn't say you're not supposed to judge. What the Bible says is do not judge or you too will be judged. There's a comma. It says thou shalt not judge lest ye be judged. And then verse 2 says, I'm at Matthew chapter 7, verse 2 says, for in the same way you judge others, you will be judged. And with the same measure you use, it will be measured unto you. And here's the difference between me and someone like Elizabeth. I am totally fine with you judging me the same way I'm going to judge you. I am going to judge you if you support a country that is committing genocide. I'm going to judge you by that. If you support a government whose leadership says that even children and babies should be unalived, I'm going to judge you by that. If you are someone that cannot separate an individual from your own bigoted belief system, I'm going to judge you by that. And I hope that you judge me the same way. I do. I'm ready for that. Judge me by the same. If you keep going, though, down into this chapter, and you get to verse 15, verses 15 through 23 are my favorite. And it says, watch out for false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ferocious wolves. By their fruit, you will recognize them. Do people pick grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Likewise, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Thus, by their fruit, you will recognize them. Verse 21, not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only the one who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say unto me that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, drive out demons in your name, commit genocide in your name? It doesn't say that part. I just threw it in. But I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers. Yeah, folks.
Thank you, Dani, for having me.
You're welcome,
I have
AJ.
to run.
Appreciate you.
God bless you. Keep up the good work. You are a true, I'm going to give you honorary Palestinian.
Yeah, I don't think. Do wolves in sheep's clothing try to convince one to join them and believe in their beliefs? I don't know. I think that wolves in sheep's clothing do that, and so do regular sheep. Right? Appreciate you, AJ. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye.
You too.
Oh, is she, Tracy? She's notorious from going on other lives and doing the same. See, y'all remember. I don't be remembering them people. So let me just, if I could very quickly, before I go to Marky and see Mackie and Mike, because I'm going to need to wrap up soon. Let me just say this, okay? one of the things that I think it's incredibly important to do is to question what you believe and why you believe it. Right? The Bible says, study to show thyself approved. It doesn't say only study the Bible. That's not what it says. It doesn't say only study the Bible. It says study to show thyself approved. Right? And here's what I know. When I went into the history of the creation of the current political government of Israel that exists today, and I went through the history and the documents and the facts, what I know for certain is that the Israel that exists today is not the Israel of the Bible. The Ashkenazi Jews that came to establish Israel through the Zionist Federation they are not the Jews of the Bible. They are not the Israel of the Bible. They're not the same. Right? It is wild to me. People don't like to address the fact that literally the Zionist Federation sat down and made a deal with the schmutzis in Germany to transfer some of the wealth from those Ashkenazi Jews to Israel. Right? 1933. When you say, oh, I've read some of it, have you read Herzl's diaries? Because it's literally the history of Zionism. You guys really want to have some fun? Go to the Rothschilds archives. That's what I've done. I've gone to the Rothschilds archives and read all of it. That's how I know about the railroads. And that's how I know about the subway in New York. And that's how I know about when they went to Britain, right? And they asked the British government to help establish them in Palestine. It's how I knew that before that, they thought about putting Israel in Uganda / Kenya in Argentina, and even in part of New York. Israel that exists today was not always planned to exist in the land that it exists in today. It is not so. And what I know for certain, let me just, before I kind of wrap things up, how many of you all do not know, and I know my regulars, y'all already know this, but how many of you all know that in May of 1948, when the British knew that they were about to leave Palestine and they were trying to establish a truce between Israel and Palestine, that it was Israel, the quote unquote Jewish agency, that refused a truce in Palestine. And they said that they were going to go forward and acquire their land by separation, by force of arms. And did you know that the United States of America and Great Britain, we knew that it was going to be the Haganah and the Ergen and the Stern, Jewish terrorist organizations, that we knew they were going to combine together. And do you know that we hung Palestine out to dry because we cut a deal? We did some negotiations on the side with the other Arab nations. And as long as the other Arab nations did not come in and fight on behalf of Palestine, the whole world just turned their backs on Palestine. Does she need me to do it? This document is in my link tree. It was declassified in 2018. And I'm going to show you really quickly, and then I need to go help my grandbaby. But I want to show you all something really quickly. All right, so I want y'all to look. This is from the director of the Office of the United Nations to the Undersecretary of State. It was declassified in 2018. This is on the Office of the Historian in the Department of State for the U.S. government. This is dated May 4th, 1948. And it says, the refusal of the Jewish Agency last night to agree to our proposal for on-the-spot truce negotiations with Palestine clearly reveals the intention of the Jews to go steadily ahead with the Jewish separate state by force of arms, right? And it goes on to say that military operations after May 15th will be undertaken by the Haganah with the assistance of the Jewish terrorist organizations Ergen and Stern. And it tells you that it could be made difficult if the other Arab armies come to help Palestine. Yes, the action. And it tells you, right, that get this, look, in the event of such Arab outside aid, if the other Arab countries come and help Palestine, the Jews will come running to the Security Council with the claim that their state is the object of armed aggression, and they will use every means to obscure the fact that it is their own armed aggression against the Arabs inside Palestine, which is the cause of Arab counterattack. We knew it. The Brits knew it. Israel knew it. Palestine definitely knew it. And those are facts. I don't care what you want to believe your religion teaches you. And I'm not here to argue your religion one way or the other. Believe whatever you would like to believe. The only time I have an issue with what you believe is when what you believe causes harm to other people and infringes upon other people's rights. Yeah, it's in my link tree. All you have to do is Google. All you have to do is Google the Jewish refusal. The Jewish, Jewish agency refusal. Jewish agency refusal, May 1948, Office of the Historian, and it'll come right up and you can read it for yourself. And if you really want some reading, go back and look at the reports that General Watson submitted ahead of time because he told them what it was going to be. They knew the Nakba was coming. They knew that hundreds of thousands of Palestinians would be displaced. They knew that tens of thousands were going to be unalive. They knew that that was going to be the case. Y'all can miss me with this bullshit. You can't get around the facts. Mike, did you want to say something before I wrap it up? Because I went hella long today, longer than I intended for sure. You got it? Love that.
Sure. I just wanted to say I do not like to be affiliated with Christians. It has a whole different meaning today. I'd rather be called a follower of Christ. Christians today in America, in the USA, seem to be in lockstep with the current administration, and it is just disgustingly hypocritical. That's what I would like to say. I consider you a follower of Christ. I do not consider you a Christian because of the way a lot of Christians act in this country. That's all I had to say. I
appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, when people ask me, am I a Christian? I say I follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. That's what I say. Appreciate you, Mike. And by the way, for anybody that wants to know, the teachings of Jesus Christ can be found in many different religions. They're not like, that's not the only place that we get those teachings. They exist in pagan religions. They exist in other Abrahamic religions. They exist in Buddhism and Hinduism and Taoism, and they exist all over the place. This is not difficult. They exist everywhere. What up, Amoni? Girl, they sent a Zio in here for me today. And I'm going to be very clear about something. I say it and I will say it often. Oh, thanks, sis. some Elizabeth, whatever the fuck her name is. So I say this, and I'm going to keep saying it. When I talk about Israel, I am not talking about Jewish people. I'm talking about Israel, the government of Israel. I'm talking about the institution, the state of Israel. And I'm talking about Zionists that support what Israel is doing. Listen, folks, it's very simple. If you support Israel, you're not my people. I know you by your fruit. And that's enough fruit for me. I can love and believe in the country that I live in, right? And not support the things that my country does and my government does. Period. And no, Christianity isn't in the Bible. Christianity literally is about being a follower of the teachings of Jesus Christ. Period. So, you know, I don't know what to say about you. I don't know what to say about you if you can see what's happening in Palestine and in the West Bank and in Gaza and in the West Bank and and try to find a way to justify it. I don't even know what to say about you as a person, as a human being. I don't know what to say about you, truthfully. And I can't, maybe I could. I have zero desire to change my position. Zero desire. I'm 10 toes down exactly where I am. And for me, it's not about being on the right side of history. It's about being on the right side of the present moment. This is not about history. It is the right side of the present moment. I don't even know if I have the bandwidth for you or not. Piston, come on. What do you want to say? I'm going to give you 5 minutes. Maybe. Are you coming, yes or no? No? Okay, great. I didn't think so. And no need to respond, y'all. Piston's muted. So this might be unpopular, but I'm going to say it. When people talk to me about how ashamed we should be because of what happened in the H cost and what we did or didn't do, I would say, in addition to that, where is that same shame for the 13 to 15 million people that King Leopold killed for rubber in Africa? Where is it? Because that's actually the largest genocide known. Did you all know that? So King Leopold, when they decided they wanted to do the scramble for Africa, Oh, you guys did not know that? Okay. I'm gonna give you a little something else before I leave y'all, okay? So in 1908, King Leopold II of Belgium decided that he wanted the Congo Free State as his private property, actually from 1885 to 1908, because of the resources, the rubber that was there in Congo. And if the people there did not meet their, if they didn't harvest enough wild rubber in the Congo, they faced having their hands severed or being executed. And there is an estimate of somewhere between 10 to 15 million people killed during that time under King Leopold's rule. So people oftentimes settle in the middle at about 13 million. That is the largest genocide created in the history, in the history. 13 million. What's up, Ja? Look it up. King Leopold, Congo, genocide. And then, you know what else you can do? You can then look up and see how the Catholic Church is tied to that genocide, just like the Catholic Church was responsible for the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, because they were. And yes, Rory's still happening today in Congo. Do y'all know why Africa is separated into the different countries that it is today? Because European nations all got together between 1881 and 1917. During that time, that is when they divided up Africa, and Great Britain decided they wanted this part, and France decided they wanted to colonize this part, and Belgium decided they wanted Congo and all of that. Just Google the scramble for Africa. It was when the Ottoman Empire and 12 European countries divided up most of the African continent between them. You really want to get exhausted? Go look at what's happening in Congo today. Go look at what's happening in Sudan. Go look at what's happening in Haiti, Cuba, Syria, Lebanon, Libya. Just saying, y'all. So, anyway, we got to do better, and we have the opportunity to do better. I appreciate y'all. I know it's been a long day today. Hold on one second, because I'm coming. I got shit to do. My grandson's got orientation today for school. I have to pick up school supplies. I gotta go pick up baby Mila's glasses from the doctor tomorrow. Love y'all, mean it. Do not forget that tonight, and literally in just 4 fucking hours, y'all, we have the Roger Stone documentary at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be coming in right after Dominic's school orientation. So if I'm a couple of minutes late, give me grace, because my grandbabies come first. But I will be here at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You are welcome that I cussed that bitch out. And I don't normally do that, but she just overstepped her bounds by leaps and bounds, and I could not take the caucasity anymore. I couldn't take the caucasity anymore. I am all about patient conversations and compassion and respect and all of that. And when I reach my limit, I reach my limit. If you want to watch the Roger Stone documentary, you need to go to my link tree. It is the link tree directly under the Project for the People. It is the link right underneath that. Yeah, she got cussed the fuck out, money. Eventually. Yeah, girl, she's gonna tell me I don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in that. I said, if you don't shut the fuck up right now. And she kept interrupting me. That was the thing. The caucasity just reached a level that I couldn't. I appreciate you all in so many ways. Thank you guys for helping us get back to B5. I would love to be back at B3 by the time we get to the end of August. It would be great to be at 75,000 followers on TikTok by the end of August. It's an aggressive goal, but let's see if we can get there. No, she doesn't know how to shut up. That's true. All right. Love y'all. Mean it. I will talk to you guys later. Peace, love, and hair grease. And this is not the Soul Train. Yes, we are viewing at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. Bye, guys.